Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? On a fine Saturday, I think. Welcome, welcome, one and all. How's everybody doing? Did I set everything up right? I was way distracted this morning. Working intensely on an interesting project. Something very cool.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
066. 066. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I realized I did some which way does my hair go today? This way. Severed, thank you for the 100 bits.
Seaweed shake with pure hydrogen peroxide. Of course.
I'll read them like I see them.
Felis catus is your taxonomic nomenclature, an
Awesome,
endothermic
thank you for the follow.
quadruped, carnivorous by nature. Your visual, olfactory, and auditory senses contribute to your hunting skills and natural defenses. I find myself intrigued by your subvocal oscillations, a singular development of cat communications that obviates your basic hedonistic predilection for a rhythmic stroking of your fur to demonstrate affection.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
A very dry reading by Brian there. Thank you, Severed, for the 100 bits. 100 cat bits. D, thank you for the host.
Was there something else, bud?
Welcome. What was I starting to say? Oh, right, project. I spent the better part of the morning chatting with Hichther about the game database idea that I mentioned the other day. Sever.
A tail is quite essential for your acrobatic talents. You would not be so agile if you lacked its counterbalance. And when not being utilized to aid in locomotion, it often serves to illustrate the state of your emotion. Oh Spot, the complex levels of behavior you display connote a fairly well-developed cognitive array. And though you are not sentient, Spot, and do not comprehend, I nonetheless consider you a true and valued friend.
Sever, thank you for another 100 cat bits. Ode to Spot. Oh, good. That's a good one. Brian's delivery on point. What was I starting to say? Also, hello, Hamish. Welcome everyone. Who's all here? Who's all here on a fine Saturday afternoon? Dana, Pac-Man, Reg. I'm not going to direct you to the nearest arcade because then I would be personally responsible for someone playing Marble Madness. I can't have that on my conscience. I can't put that blood on my hands. Where was I? Lance Boyle, Power Down, Cookie Panda Princess, Power Down again because I can't read. Welcome. Severb, of course. 066. D. Hamish. Meeperized. Welcome, everybody. So, game database. Dana, I don't know if you were here when I realized this. So, the PlayStation 2 stuff that I was trying to solve the other day, more than half of the archives were were suspected to have not been extracted. I don't know if I want to extract them, but they probably weren't extracted. Just due to the archive shape of the archive, we'll say. And so I was like, oh man, I gotta prioritize this game database thing above trying to figure out how to extract these files. Actually, now I can extract the files quite easily because I did some stuff. It was a really stupid command. It was like find, reverse, string edit, reverse back, and then I had a list of all the files in the archive. But I don't know. I had to list the files in the archive and then edit that. Anyway, So, rather than extract an additional probably like 10 terabytes of stuff that I might not want, I'm gonna work on the game database first so that I can filter that and then figure out what it is that I actually need to put in there and then put that in there. So, yeah. So I was working on that with Hickler this morning, which is interesting. Mostly because, like, you get into these situations, right, where you're like, okay, what kind of stuff do I want to track about a game? Right? Okay, well, I want to know what console it's released on. And if I know what console it's released on, did it get re-released? Did it get re-released on the same console multiple times? Are there differences between the releases? Is one a regular release and one a value release? Do I need to track that? Sure. Where do I draw the line between different releases of games on different consoles or different ports of games that might be completely different? Take It Came from the Desert, for example. There's the Turbo CD version. There's the Amiga version and the MS-DOS version. There's the Genesis prototype version. If a game wasn't released, how do I track that, right? And then the idea of, like, does a game support any accessories? Does it require any accessories? Are there games like Donkey Kong 64 that require the memory expansion pack? Are there games like Space Station Silicon Valley that are incompatible with the memory pack for Nintendo 64, right? All kinds of these cases, these edge cases, and finding one that supports that robustly is kind of a difficult task. Then, on top of that, there's stuff like the example we were using to kind of brainstorm the how titles and releases and all that stuff should be interdependent is the Wonder Boy franchise, right? How do you represent the Wonder Boy franchise in a relational database in a meaningful way that can be robustly handled? If you can do that, then there aren't really many games that will give you trouble. On top of that, then we're like, okay, so say we have these things where, like, a console, like, for a game, you might also want to know where was a game advertised and for a specific platform. For example, Chesterfield. Chesterfield was advertised for the NES, but never released. It was advertised for the Commodore 64 and released on the Commodore 64, and it was also released in Japan on the NES. So now we have, like, this whole complicated web of we have this complicated web of, like, consoles, versions of games, releases of games, localizations, ports, all these different types of deals. And, well, now, okay, we're talking about accessories, right? Say you need an accessory to play a game. You need the memory pack, right? Well, what about when the accessory that you need to play a game is itself a game? Sonic 3 and Knuckles, for example, right? So now you've got this complicated soup of, like, you need this, like, universal component to be able to fit everything together. It was interesting going through all those different scenarios and seeing, like, what were the edge cases, what worked and what didn't, and what made sense and what didn't, and see if we could come up with a fairly general system that would support all of the ideas that we could come up with. And then I was like, after we were like, okay, this seems to work pretty well, I was like, oh no. What about the Pocket Station? And I was like, well, time to stream. Let's go play some video games instead of thinking too hard. Wait, we're not playing Contra, but you can't move and shoot simultaneously. We're playing adventure games. We're playing Neutopia. SGML, what is that? Super good markup language. Super good markup language. I hope this saved. We don't need this music anymore. I don't remember how this uses the filing cabinet, so... lets you do whatever you want. Continue. File cabinet. Neutopia 1. It's time for the real adventure of your journey to begin. As an old and wise mother, I have the power of healing. Come back when you feel weak. Good, we got all our stuff. We should have the... Yeah, we got the moss, we got the rainbow drop. Perfect. So... What are we out here? I have not lifted any weights today. Only the brain weight. Oh, I got a donut. I haven't been lifting enough weights, that's why. Wait. Timer. Destroy a document. That's right, it's back. Let's do it. I got a new big thing of documents. These are all the ones that I thought were important. Like 13 years ago? Thank you, Darren. You got a Spectrum bill. You got a Spectrum bill, and you got 2, like, vote by mail instruction things. Oh, I don't need bombs. These are jerks. Yeah. Spectrum, the ISP. If you want to get to the second crypt, you must have the rainbow drop. There's no other way to cross the blah blah blah. Cool. I got it. We're all good, dude. I'm not sure how I feel about using your life bar to, like, affect your hit power or your, like, magic power. Because on the one hand, it's obnoxious. But on the other hand, it gives you a reason to it gives you a reason to top off your health instead of just, like, waiting until the last possible second to fill it up. You know? Unsure how I feel about that. Fuck. Shield is far more useful in this game than it generally is in Zelda's. Well, that's what I mean, right? Like, you can explore farther afield if you don't top off health. Right? And you will end up living longer, I guess. Please come back soon. She doesn't heal you, though. Right? Yeah. Look at these snakes. These are good snakes. Boo-doo-doo-doo. You need the rainbow bridge here. Look at that. Rainbow Road. But I guess it also gives your sword more value the lower your health is. Which, I don't know, which leads to a weird conundrum of like... You know, it's a weird conundrum. Here's the thing: if you're gonna use health for magic, it should be very powerful, right? To make up for the fact that you're living less for it, right? And it shouldn't be the only option. Oh, we can't cross that. We can't cross that. Okay, it's medicine time. Sounds super good to me, base hole. Just think to yourself, base hole. If you could design from the ground up a database of airplanes, how would you structure it? About that. Fucker. It's weird that the like more powerful fire magic actually moves much slower, so sometimes it's less desirable. This shield can't deal with those. What we got? The steel armor. Nice. Look at that. He's wearing the steel armor now. Purple steel. Whee! What do you got to tell me? There is a suit of armor. New opposite here. Use it for extra protection. Done. The suit of armor. Don't leave home without it. Oh, this is a reference. The demon boss has had his tail run over a few times, so aim for at his weak point. Yeah, butt chained. Ow. And those cherries. Hey, Curry Fandor, how's it going? Also, hey, Brigands. It's going all right. Got the Rainbow Bridge. Crystal Ball. I think you can, yeah. If you're on the right spot, you can, like, you can make many, many arrows appear. Yeah, that just leads down to a place that doesn't matter. Which way do you think is the boss? We'll know sooner if the boss is up here. Not good. Doo-doo. Good. Should have an apostrophe from violoncello. What did we get? The key to the crypts. Good. Yes! That's what I wanted. Cherries. Ow. I know, right? That's kind of a cool enemy there. These guys can be, yeah. You can burn death. Wait a second. What the fuck is this for? Oh, that's the boss door over there. Is this just a punishment room for being greedy? I guess so. Get owned, boss. What a chump. Prize medallion. Hey, Dirth, maybe if your minions weren't morons, you'd have a better time of it. This is the passage to the sphere of the sea. Do your best to save our waters. Life increased by 1. Yes. The water balloon. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Reg, I do. It's set up that way by default. The CD system contains the necessary hardware. For the memory bank to work. There are 2 medallions and 2 crypts. Find the 2 medallions. Then go to the sky. South through the first labyrinth. Alright. Tefla wants to destroy a document. Hey, sneaker nets.
Medallion, 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 medallion.
I beat thank you for the 100 medallions.
Medallion, 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 and medallion, 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 medal.
Thank you, Tefla. You got part of a gigantic lease agreement. Ancient lease agreement.
Continue light. Continue light.
Q.
Base holding even the 100 hoofs.
Fook.
Oof.
Fuck you.
It's good.
Fuck.
Ah, Kuiper Frog. Yes. I believe that is the Tenokoe data bank or something. The Sky Sphere used to be the best place to live before that boogeyman Dearth moved in. Now we must all live under the evil shadow of his rule. But I have a magical ring for you. Costs 250 gold, but comes with a money back guarantee. Fuck off. Don't need ring. But yeah, pretty much any backup system that has a replaceable battery is going to suffer the same issue, right? The steel shield, the silver sword, and the strongest armor are concealed in this sphere. The shield is hidden somewhere on the island. The sword and armor are in the labyrinth. Kifa B, thank you for 6 months with Prime and kicking off a hype train. It's not a competition, Reg. Not a competition. We got a hype train. Do you think these are... Yes, they are. I just wasted a bomb. Look for items hidden among the many small islands. This music's good. Oh, look at these guys. Good little dark soldiers. Caterpillars as well. Not really. Oh. Should I do a thing where, like, I get, like, a whole hype train set up? I like to play special music. And then there's, like, a constantly running train at the bottom of the screen the whole time. The Sphere of Sky used to be such a light-hearted place. Everyone was high on life. Climactic Castle was built in the sky because it was a symbol of our cheerful lives. Alright. Whoops. Wasted another bomb. Do you look for the steel shield? I hit it on the southeast island. No one can reach that island now. Filled with an army of Dearth's living dead. I don't think that that directly copying another streamer is maybe the best advice, Reg. just a thought, you know? Just a thought. Oh man, look at these fishmen. They're good. I like the music in here. You truly are magnificent, Jazeta. We're all counting on you to return our happiness. Fuck off with your hints, dude. When you leave here, go east and you will find a staircase. See if this might help you. Bomb your house. By accident. Oh, that's a good idea, Ibeat. And, like, give me the brandy. What? What the hell? Oh, no. Now I'm in an unknown part of the world. I'm in another part of the world. Fuckers. Goodbye, hype train. You'll be missed. Look at these things doing their little dances. Bombs. Basehole, I wouldn't tell you to fuck off. That's not true at all. I totally would. I totally would. You know, if you did something out of line. Oh yeah, good idea, Darren. And maybe like some like Commodore themed stuff. Does it fall already? Wait, I'm at the fucking top. I don't want to be at the top. I want to be at the southeast. Oh, yeah. But that's why I'm not... That's why I'm not saying, you know, fuck off to you. Right? Jeez. What a setup. What a setup, Hamish. Oh, how do you do this, then?
Fade open the door to the
Hey, Space Hoppercopter, how's it going? No! Gotta go the long way. This game does an interesting thing, though. which is as you exit and leave and re-enter scenes, it actually, oh no, I don't need to add some spunk to my life. Calm down, Reg. Attacks on other people in chat are strictly not tolerated. If you're feeling down and you need to add some spunk to your life, I know just the place. If you were to give me 50 gold, I would show you the entrance of the shrine. No. I don't want to pay 50 gold for spunk. No, thank you. That's a bigger loop than I anticipated. You gotta go all the way around. Ah, good. It's your favorite doctor of medicine once again. One dose will cost 4... You know what? I got money. We can do this. Oh, did I use my second dose too? Yeah. I can still do this. It's your favorite doctor of medicine again. And I'm back here. Shit. Confusing. I want that shield before I go to the labyrinth. Beats me. I only caught, like, very, very small segments of that stream. You're in an old metropolis where once there was peace, health, and prosperity. All that changed since Dirt's goons arrived. The medallion's power of love couldn't shine. That love was our life, but now it's gone. Please do your best to find our lost paradise. Neural Vault, thank you for the 100 bits. CD is done. This place is very old, so check all the walls and stones thoroughly as you go. Another gigantic mass of ancient rental agreements and communications. Base, that's really good. Excellent work, Basil. Guy was trying to sell me a ring for $250. I just got one for free. Oh. Ah, yes, it's your favorite doctor of medicine once again. One dose will cost for... Damn it. Cost is per world, not individual merchants. Oops. Darth is watching everything you do from his eerie castle on top of the world. His evil spirit is everywhere. It sends chills down my spine, especially when I'm alone. Weirdo. This is kind of a halfway point between, like, Ys and, Zelda in my IMO. Hello again. Goodbye again. I'm looking for something. I can't find it. Hey, Tex, how's it going? To cover up the entrance, you'll have to be very clever to gain entrance. Ha-ha! A walrus custard egg carn. I'll have to be very clever. I don't get it. My father, Orion, the knowledge to gain entrances, so Dirth took him away, because he was afraid that my father would try to sneak up on him. Dirth's lust for supreme power must have dulled his senses. As evil is everywhere now, but maybe he has a weakness. Why else would he be so afraid? Still, there's not much hope for my father. He's held in a cave. Please help. I don't know, this game's pretty well liked, right? As TurboGrafx games go. It's one of the better regarded ones. The sky. What's your favorite doctor of medicine? $25,000 WATA graded Neutopia. Thank you, Walrus Duster. Fuck off. I should have killed one of those first. Very difficult to find the entrance because the goons hit it well. Use your compass at all times. Oh. And here we go. We're in the crypt. Look at these little wizards. They're so good. What do you got to say? My name is Orion. I'm a bit tied up right now. Perhaps I can help you. Don't just lock me up, because I know the secrets of this labyrinth. Listen closely. Huh. Technically not litigation. It's vigilantism. He just steals the money from you. Enemies here have too much health. Aha! How did you ever find me in here? You'd make a great detective. If you want to get to Kareem's house, go to the fountain where there is no stairway. If you can kill off all of Dirk's demon guards, then you will soon find Kareem. Who? What's this about? Oh yeah, healing. Once again we meet. Howdy! I'm the Far East Far Out Monk of Key. Do you remember me? I will enable you to carry up to 4 extra bombs, since you will definitely need them. Howdy. Hi, fuckers. Andy refills your bombs. That's handy. Jerkfly. There we go. My name is Kareem. I am here to pass the ancient falcon shoes on to your blessed feet. These shoes will make you as light as a feather and will allow you to tread easily. Besides their obvious benefit in your long journey, they're also very fashionable. You're looking good, so get out there and soar like the eagle to the captive princess. The falcon shoes. There they are, stylish. Oh, they make you go a little bit faster, too. That's nice. The toughest of all the land's armor is hidden within the chambers of this labyrinth. It was essential to your quest to defeat the dastardly demon Dearth. I've never met a piece of armor I didn't like. Find the armor if you wish to survive. This has a real working designs vibe to it. Though it's a kind of cutesy game, I wonder if the Japanese version isn't kind of, you know, silly. Used to be a wise man named Kareem living near the fountain east of here. But now his house is empty. That is very strange, because I don't remember him moving. Gallant Jazeta. There are two strange but nice monks living in Sphere of the Sea. Have you met them yet? If not, I suggest you do. They can be very helpful to you. Wait, did I... Hold on. Did I miss... Did I miss a monk in each of the previous spheres? The wise man Kareem is responsible for keeping the golden wisdom of our forefathers. He lives near the fountain. The fountain is said to be near the castle in the sky. But Kareem is keeping his door locked for fear of Dirth's long arms of evil. Anybody, any Neutopia experts out there want to weigh in on... Did I fuck up and miss a life up and a bombs up in the previous spheres? If you're feeling down and you need to add some spunk to your life, I get annoyed by those guys not only because they want to sell me spunk, but because they look like the monk, the spunk monk. Jazeta, your courage is inspiring. Stop here so that I may heal your wounds. Like that. Like the wound healing. Like when the wound healing happens. See, I was trying to be subtle about pronouncing it like that. Fuck! I've made a mistake. There's a word of a falcon shoe. There's word of a falcon shoe hidden somewhere in the many mazes of the sea sphere. They say they provide the user with graceful speed of a hunting bird. Buddy, look at how quick I am. Look how stylish I am. I know where your dang falcon shoes are. I know, right? Like, lots of hints. And some of them aren't, like, the hints aren't that valuable. Like, the guy literally one screen away from the fountain says that the fountain is hidden near the castle in the sky. But then it's like, it's literally right there, dude. Come on. It's right above your house. One screen to the north. Now you can go through the haunted entrance of evilness. Do you wish to hear a password now? Yes. Sure, we'll save it. You're always welcome here because your bravery is the only light of joy we have. What a sad bunch of folks. I've unlocked the wrong things several times now. Hey, Peanut, how's it going? Fucker. Procrastinating hard. That depends, Raccoon. That depends. You're welcome. I appreciate big procrastination. Do 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 do. I want the armor. Ha! Ah, yes, I speak a little bit. I speak a little douche. I speak a little douche. So I've been to fucking everything up here. Where's this go? Have I opened this yet? It's like your own bombs don't hurt you. Transportation service. Several places in the labyrinth. Is this like starter area? I don't fucking know what's going on with this shit. Guy said the shield was in the southeast. This is as southeast as I'm allowed to go. So clearly not that southeast. I'm pulling up that Turbo Play magazine again. Even though it sucks. Tell me how to win at Neutopia. I somehow missed it. I somehow missed the thing that I wanted. I knew where I wanted to go, but yeah, here. I somehow, like, didn't go down this passageway. Right here. Our hero, Jizeta, obtained the steel shield. There we go. Look at that. We got it. Look at that! Fucking... Sprite paper doll. I don't think so. No! I've made a huge mistake. I've made a huge mistake. I guess we're doing this now. These guys suck. I've got the fancy seal shield, too. Ow. Oh, look at these dudes! I believe it should block red fireballs now. The key to the crypt. That's not what I wanted. Do-do-do. Slug slimes. Really? A dead end? Fucking... Come on. If I fucking face the fireballs, it would block them.
And beset Mongo with his huge sword.
Armit, how's it going? I'm out of medicine. And I got my ring back. Look at that. Look at that. Chest. Come on. I don't think these things can drop cherries either. Crystal ball. Uh-oh. Interesting. I think these guys might only drop wings. Interesting. Sounds like I'm getting money all the time, basically. It's good. Rewarding. I don't like the look of this. Dead. I don't like the look of that. Half gold isn't as bad a problem as the other thing, which is fuck. And that cancels it. Okay. The other part that's worse is that it's respawning me really far from the shrine. Because I saved at not the shrine. There's a warp point in this world that warps you between 2 points that are like equally distant from everything you'd want to get to. There's like no point to it. The funny thing is, you earn just as much money by killing regular enemies as you do like killing enemies in the first sphere as you do killing enemies in later spheres. And just as many bombs, I guess. Do do do. But you earn it faster because you can kill things faster. This music is so ease. Sorry, wise. Extremely wise music. Yeah, 18 wisdom jams. I'm going the right way. A Borant Pleager net. So the filing cabinet, you need to have an accessory connected that has memory storage. Non-volatile storage. So, like, if you have the Turbo CD unit connected, if you're using a Turbo Duo, if you have a Tenno Koei bank, data bank, a Vagabond Azulian. Oh, Vagabond, was it you that was helping with the file parsing 7-zip thing yesterday. For anyone who's curious, I did sort that out. I did figure it out. Using probably the stupidest method, but it worked. It's not stupid if it works, they say. I ended up doing 7-zip L-BA. So, fucker. I ended up doing a 7-zip-BA-L off of a find exec, and then piping that to rev, and then using sed to remove 2 spaces, 6 numbers, and anything after that, and also using sed to remove 2 spaces, 0 2 spaces, and also 4 consecutive spaces.
I think I'm being followed.
And
What could they want from
it
me?
worked. It worked. It's not pretty, but it worked. And then reversing it back, of course. Baron, thank you for the follow. It worked. And I discovered that, like, the number of unextracted number of suspected unextracted archives was the number of unextracted archives was way higher than I expected. It was more than 50%. Our hero Jazeta has acquired the boom bombs. Yes, we've acquired the boom bombs. Oh, I was trying to, Borin, I was trying to do some archive management or library management to get a better handle on a bunch of archives that are not particularly consistent in their like construction. So I have a bunch of 7Z files that have like file in the base of the archive, file in subdirectory inside the archive, and a bunch of stuff like that, and like it was causing problems, and since it's such a large amount of data. Zetsubera, how's it going? Mr. Radon, how's it going? Hope you like the discussion about the games database in your Discord. This morning. Zetsubera. Hey, you know what? I'm feeling pretty stoked about that, honestly. I'm doing all right. Zetsubera. Doing all right. How about yourself? Acquired the boom bombs. Need more boom bombs. Yeah, this morning we had a very productive chat about the... Anyway, so this actually leads into the story I was telling just a moment ago. Nice. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear you're doing well. So, I fucker. I don't like those wizards. I don't like those wizards one bit. So, I discovered that it was a little more than half of the archives that were, that I now suspect of being unextracted in the initial pass. And so as a result, I kind of like... Okay, you can't hurt yourself with your own... boom bombs. Interesting. But, okay, that's where the crypt is. Got it. I hope you have found the silver sword hidden within the chambers of the labyrinth. The demon boss in this sphere is ugly indeed, and he is also very powerful. Seems to be weak in the head, though, so aim for his mouth when he opens it. Can we go this way? Yes. Can we go this way? Yes. Right, so that means the result of that means that the result is that yeah, seems to be weak in the head. Is that I probably need to sort the games first before I try to extract the remainder. Otherwise, I risk running low on total space. So yeah, I do like that the wizards spin. I don't like the effect they have on my health. Folks, wizards are bad for your health. Only something the Hobbit would say. Yes! Look at that sword! Look at that sword. They put the picture of the wrong sword in the Turbo Play magazine. There you go. Light. Stab. Better organization. Better organization. It's PS2 games, you see. All 14 terabytes of them. Estimated. So, like... It's a big archive. But that makes it problematic to do a lot of stuff. I'm not using 7-zip for compression. Somebody decided to. Somebody decided to use 7-zip for compression. You know it. This one, I can't. Yeah, okay. Key to the crypts. Good. But yeah, I am putting ZFS to work real hard.
Who, hearing his approach for some time, were ready for battle.
Down and then left. Oh, I don't like this room. This is one of those rooms where you take damage. Ow. I used to take damage in this room, too. On Linux. Ubuntu server. LTS. Alright. Crab time. Open your mouth. Not as weak in the head as advertised. Legacy of the Wizard music. Hello? Do you... What do you suppose his weakness is? Can I stab him in the butt? Can I stab his legs? I do need to flip him over for massive damage. Oh, there we go. There we go. Finally. Oh, this sucks. He's only vulnerable for a very brief period of time. Stop that. You can only get one hit in on him when he does it. And then he does this whole slow thing. Okay, this is a good loop. I'm immensely impatient. Core Graphics Mini. Yeah, I don't think you can do that either. Look at this. Look at this. They mess you up. Okay, here we go. We've obtained the prized medallion. There we go. Back to the shrine. One, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Yeah, I've only got 4. I've only got Firewall 4. so far. Oh, we need to go this way. Fuck. We'll do this first. Yeah, it's funny when the demo player is obviously cheating. It's like, come on. Come on, stop shitting me. I beat it as a kid. I haven't played it in a very long time, though. Alright, sword is more powerful than magic, finally. Good. Yeah, I haven't played it in a long time, but I played it a whole bunch as a kid. I'm trying to remember if I played Neutopia 2. And I kind of don't remember playing it, but like I feel like maybe I did. Maybe I rented it. Yeah. I feel like Neutopia 2 is more of the same but slightly better, but it's also like significantly bigger and more complex, right? I picked this one because I was like, I want something that's pretty brisk, nice and easy to play and finish. I want to have the password. Yes. Love the music in this game. Excellent use of the sound chip. Yeah, this game's awesome. If you haven't played it, Zetsubera, it's if you like this type of game where it's a top-down Zelda type game, this one's definitely worth checking out. It's basically just more and more better Zelda. I went the wrong way. That guy got me. Hey, Wesley, how's it going? Not Sega. TurboGrafx. Yeah, they made it real colorful, real nice and colorful. Gone the wrong way. Yeah, that's actually one of the things that I love about the TurboGrafx is that like it does color really, really well. I guess we're going this way. I always get Senti and Story of Thor and Beyond Oasis and Light Crusader all mixed up. It's a shame that the format of the PC Engine didn't really lend itself to RPGs until the CD system came out. Bomberman Quest and Bomberman Tournament. Interesting. Yeah, get him. Okay. I think I know how to deal with those guys now. You'd lose your partial map. Interesting. I'm trying to think what other games that follow the formula quite so closely there are out there. Because like Chrysalis is too much action-y, you know? Strongest armor. In a labyrinth near here. Never be able to stand up to the attacks of Dearth's Arsenal. Yeah, dot heroes. Speaking of dot heroes. All right. Jerks. This is a ring room. Oh, you know what's something I'm going to play later today? After we finish this, I got a special treat. I have a new version. I have a new version. I have a new version of Contra. But you can't move while shooting. Contra, but it controls like a shit Amiga game. No. No. No! Fuck. Crystal ball. Good. Didn't Gunstar Heroes have a, like, lock mechanic? Where you could turn it on and off? Whether that was the case? Whether it behaved that way? Depending on the player you selected. I thought it was modified. Oh, I might be thinking of, Alien Soldier? Alien Soldier. What I'm thinking of is, I'm thinking of fucking. I'm thinking of stupid fucking Wolf Child on Sega CD. That's what I'm thinking of, where every time you attack, you stop moving for like 20 frames. Ow. Uh-oh. Cherries. Very good, Shadrock. Welcome. You know, I was making a joke the other day, right? I was saying, hey, haha, you know what? Sega CD has no good games. And it turns out, there are 2 games. There are 3 games on the Sega CD if you include Japan. Only 2 if you include North America. Ernest Evans isn't even a Sega CD exclusive, is it? So there's... Did I go the wrong way? There's Amiga game, and there's FMV game. And then there's... If you include Japan, then there's VN game. Why are they so aggressively European? That's a good question. Anyway, that's the whole of the joke. But it led to me playing... Wolf Child. Panic isn't a game. Panic is a toy. We're only talking about games on the Sega CD. When you realize you were going to argue, but then you're like, no, that's fair. Fuck, I need this armor. Where is it? What am I doing? Let me out of here. There we go. That final fight. I don't like that final fight. Oh, that's true. There's Lords of Thunder. There's Lords of Thunder. Okay, we can add a fourth category. Subpar ports. The strongest armor. Yes, look at that. Look at that sprite change. Oh, did they ruin the music? 0 out of 10. Worst game ever. Fuck, I still can't. Oh, maybe I can, just weirdly. Come on, you jerk! Uh-oh. Alf! In Pog form? Was it this one? Yeah. Oh, I don't like that elf. I don't like that elf in Pog form. Can I just skip this? No. Do I have the... I don't have the key. Fucking... I don't have the key. I thought I got the key or something before, but then I died and I lost the key, I guess. You, like, respawn with half your gold, but... Also, it's undone any progress you've made. Which is weird. To me. Fucking... No, I came here before I went to the previous labyrinth, but then I died. And I had gone in, like, the only room that I didn't go in this time. Which is all the way back at the fucking start. Get out of my way. Wait, the door is closed. Give me some cherries. So I don't have to do this labyrinth twice. Alright. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, I was thinking I could go through there without getting hit because I was able to do so south to north. And like trying to go around them is it's just impossible. Gotta kill some dudes. Because I would like to get that ring back. I guess not. Those, like, 4 wizard rooms. Yeah, I love the way they power it up. And it's weird, like, in a way I don't like tying offensive power to health. But I don't know. I think it encourages you to use your healing when you're higher than like super low health, which gives you it makes it a real choice. Right? Of like, do I restore my health early and have less time, less distance in the dungeon, or do I wait and like stay underpowered for the moment? Enemies here have too much HP to deal with. Yeah, exactly. Whoops. Back in there. I am truly ambivalent about it. I think it's something interesting. I don't know if I like it. Yeah, I went in here. Key to the crypt. Is the other thing the low life sound? Or like NPCs with no direction sense? Not every screen has an entrance. Not every screen. What? Oh, I don't know about 2. I never played 2. Wish I had a ring for this screen. Hate these wizards. I love their movement animation. I hate how much damage they do and how much HP they have. And to a lesser extent, their AI. Oh, I got a ring at least. I wish you could decouple many of the Windows systems from desktop frame rate. That sure would be swell. Okay, so we go straight up and around. There we go. I do like the enemies in this. The like enemy design, the sprites and stuff is really good. TN panel. Fuck. I'm kind of unclear what allows you to block, when you're allowed to block shots and when you're not. Fucking. Not even gaming. Like, did you know, because of the way that OBS uses your GPU to composite the scene. Did you know? Did you know that anything relating to your desktop frame rate will be reproduced in your OBS output? I sure found that out. Like, I can block that, but then sometimes I can't. Don't get it. Fucker! You can't really do anything about it. So, like, for example... Come on. On my setup, who knows why, non-full screen applications. Look at this fucking turtle. It's a pretty good turtle. Skeleton turtle with flying skulls. Got him. Boom. The prized medallion. But this is the passage to the sky, where once there was a virtual heaven on earth. Our poor princess and the life within the medallions are now being held by Dearth. His life force has been increased by 1 for his brave and valiant efforts. As an old wise mother, blah, 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 blah. Give me that. Alright. We need a medicine. Think so? Yeah, there we go. The big explosion. It's good. It also goes through enemies. It moves faster and it goes through enemies instead of stopping on them like this. But I only have it when I'm at full everything. Even though I haven't lost a full hit yet. It is, Wesley. It is. It is indeed. Do-do, do-do. Here we go. Big fire. Boom. Excellent. What's wrong with the electrifying? There's no electricity for the breaker switches. Get it shut down. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright, Sky World. Oh, yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. I'm just gonna use the map here because... For fuck! They... They've switched to a third other different fucking system for showing the map in this magazine. Ugh. This is good music, though. Okay, so I'm here. Is there anything I need to get here? Strongest sword, the strongest armor, and the strongest shield. Hospital, medicine pill. Place where you meet the man that gives you message. Place where you get more life from the monk. It doesn't tell you where you get the Bell of Heaven or any of the other shit. I guess I'm gonna go this way. Good. Oh no, I remember these guys. They're crickets, but they have human legs. Amiga OS. Always run your Windows in a VM on Amiga OS. I like these little flymen, too. They're pretty good. Is this a place where you can go? Ah, of course. Of course. The map is completely mislabeled. The demons in the sphere of the sky are Dirt's toughest. Oh, it does so much less damage when it's not fully powered up. Strongest shield is concealed in the rooms of the labyrinth not far from here. The shield will give you the power to reflect the onslaught of the wizard. Oh, I like that. I like the sound of that. But are there two labyrinths here? Oh, look at these fellows. Look at these happy little blobs jumping around, bouncing around so joyously. Wizard Onslaught. That's a pretty good game. Is it this? Okay, this is... Unfortunately, I don't feel that... Linux is a replacement for desktop OS yet, unless you like to not use your computer for anything. Are these... You fucker! Jerk ghost. Are these not sword tiles anymore? The big thing that revealed the issues of Linux to me was I would like to change the motherboard and CPU of my system. I don't want to change. Oh no! Look at these. Are they flying snakes or are they diseased feet? We'll never know. So I posed the question to those who knew the best about it, and I said, hey, I've got Linux. I don't want to reinstall all of Linux on here. I'd like to change my CPU and motherboard. Do I need to reinstall Linux? No, you don't need to reinstall Linux, said every expert. Mummy. I'm clearly not a butt mummy. That hit me. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll change the hardware. And it turns out that Linux is extremely fragile. And not only did I have to reinstall Linux, I was unable to swap back and relaunch Linux because as soon as the hardware changed, Linux immediately self-destructed beyond repair. Immediately. It was like, whoa, buddy. What on earth? There we go. Got the key to the crypt. Where is this? Straight up. But one of the issues I have with Linux is that, like, I'm not like, oh man, Linux is the worst per se, right? It's good for certain things. But am I stuck in here? Did I like move the bricks wrong and now I can't get out? There we go. It's good for running a stable system that doesn't change often, and you're going to be running command line only on LTS. It's good for that. It's good for that. But, like, if you're using it actively for stuff, it's not stable in the correct ways for a desktop system, is how I would describe it. Wait, am I getting... I guess there's 8 medallions and 4 spheres, so I'm getting medallions here. The other problem with Linux is the I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. The experience of receiving support on an issue, right? I've worked at places where desktop Linux was the norm. And like and I don't know, restart your computer was far more prevalent there than anywhere I've worked that used Windows. But the like finding the solution to a problem, right? The big thing that I encountered with Linux was a kind of like a very strange form of elitism, which was basically like hey, I'm having a problem using this software that I need. Well, why are you using that software? You should be using a free open source alternative like this. That doesn't do what I need. Well, I can't help you if it doesn't do what you need. Right? That's the attitude that is extremely prevalent in trying to troubleshoot issues, right? As a user, yeah, this is the first Neutopia. As a user who is already in a position of frustration, right? Approaching the community for help is often a even more frustrating experience. The strongest shield. Look at that. It's even got the little demon horns in the sprite. These guys are immune to fire. There's a lot of fucking fireballs in here. All right, good. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? The irony is that there's more free-to-use software that allows you to do more on Windows than there is on Linux. So... yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bioballs. That's been my experience, I'd say, 75 to 80% of the time, working on issues in Linux. Where it's weird though, because like it's not even a user issue, right? Like it's not. I'm having trouble using this this operating system, right? It's like, I don't know. it's like it's the operating system itself has encountered, like, has caused a problem, right? There is a problem, not just a user error, but there is an actual problem with something, and like the solutions are like, hey, Hictor, how's it going? You know, the solution is like, don't do that, lol. Right? And like, that's more a case of like, I don't know, the specifics of the support community for something. Now, sometimes you'll encounter situations with Windows where it's like, hey, like, this thing doesn't work. What do I do? And people will be like, I don't know. Have you tried this? If that doesn't work, I don't know what to do, right? And that's fine. But it's not the same kind of denial of stuff, right? I always get the impression that the subtext is, there's nothing wrong with Linux, and whatever you're doing, whatever is wrong is user error, because Linux isn't the problem here. Clearly, this user who's experiencing difficulty is the problem. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Bork. And I think it's like, you know, not everybody's going to experience that, but it's been the primary essence of my experience with it. So, it's tough, right? Did I get the key to the crypt and the strongest armor, but not the sword? And like, you know, I use Linux on I use Linux on my server. It's good for that. Fucking wait, you can't. This room's impossible from this direction. Wait, can I? It's impossible. But that's the thing, right? Is that, like, Linux on a server? Excellent. It does lots of things really good that are a huge pain in the ass to deal with on Windows. But Linux for the desktop or for regular use, like regular day-to-day use as a desktop operating system, it only really functions if your daily tasks are, you know, like network administration of a Linux network, you know, of a Linux-based network, and like software development for Linux. Which, you know, is fine. It does perpetuate its own ecosystem, and it does that very well. But, like, once you start venturing beyond that, it gets pretty dicey, in my experience. Jeez. The strongest shield is within the walls of this labyrinth, but there is a problem. Even the crystal ball cannot see within all the rooms of this eerie dungeon. Use your bombs to destroy all walls where you think there might be a hidden room. I mean, that said, right? Like, I wouldn't want to run a fucking, like, file server on Windows. Good lord. Could you imagine? Could you imagine running a file server on Windows? What a disaster that would be. Although, that said, I sure do wish Linux handled Samba better. Fucking... You know what this game is missing? This game is missing fairies as enemy drops. Our hero Jazita has obtained the crystal ball. Well now. That would have some benefits, but I don't know if I have faith that it would provide just... Well, it depends. I think you wouldn't get the full benefit of your hardware in that scenario. I think the best way to deal with the idiosyncrasies of the different operating systems is to treat your Windows computer like it's temporary, right? Got a problem? Just be able to wipe it out on a moment's notice, right? So that you can just be like, you know what, my Windows system isn't working great. Something's all messed up and I don't know what. I'll just, I'll just revert to an image or roll back to, whatever thing. And I think that would solve a lot of the issues of like Windows instability in general. Alucard. It's pretty good. Oh, you know what? We'll have one of these. We'll have one of these. Oh, I have two of these. I have two of these. Look at this. I still want to figure out how I can fix fucking Samba on Linux. Hey, Navid. This is Neutopia. A Zelda-type game for the TurboGrafx 16. Jizada. I must tell you the news. Dearth has left for his den in the North Pole. He's ventured out of his castle in the climactic... out of his chamber in the climactic castle and up to the north. He's holding the princess captive in his sealed crypt. Go now and rescue her. I like this game pretty well. I don't think it's quite as good as Link to the Past, but it's also like, if I recall correctly, this game is kind of an era away. Climactic Castle has a maze. It's very complicated. Be sure to use your compass so you don't lose your way. Dearth is sly and cunning. If you want to defeat him, you should have 3 crucial items. You must have the strongest sword, the strongest armor, and the strongest shield. The 3 crucial items. Well, I got 2 out of 3, buddy. Hey, you know what's funny is, the funny thing to me, Jizada, before you can save the princess, you must have recovered all the medallions. The medallions will give you the forces of virtue needed to defeat the beast in Dearth. So I used to use, not just use, I used to, wait, what the fuck? Hold on a second. You seeing this shit? Okay, I just left here. I think I'm on like... I just left this screen. Yeah! Good advice, Hickler. So I just left here, right? And this is the zone I started in. Now, I went around this loop here to get to this dungeon, right? And then down here is the, like, more bombs and more life guy, right? And then... What? There's just a disconnected part of the map. There's just a totally disconnected part of the map with a dungeon in it. And like, question mark? What's that? What's that stuff? All right, sorry, no. Star is place where you meet the man that gives you message. But, like, how do you get here? Yeah, we're using the Mister today. I do have... I have a TurboGrafx, a Core Graphics 2, and a Turbo Duo, no, PC Engine Duo R. Anyway, I don't know what to do with this, so I guess I gotta just... like, explore or something? Oh! Hictor, you reminded me of something. I used to run, for a brief time, I ran Mac OS. Franken... whatever. And, there's a way to get to Dirth and his secret chamber to the south of here. Protected by an evil aura. Almost impossible to get close. Hackintosh, there you go. Frankentosh. So, I was running Mac OS on a compatible set of PC hardware. No problem. I absolutely cannot support in any way the use of home and end in software development as Macintosh does it. Absolutely not. You're a fucking psycho if you develop software on a Mac. Pressing home and end moves your view to the beginning and end of the document in Xcode. The beginning and end of the document, not your cursor. It doesn't move your cursor. It doesn't move your cursor. Ah, shit. Well, that's good and bad, Shadrock. Good that you're working on your soldering. Bad that the board was bent. What a gallant guy. I would love to be able to help you. So, yeah, super page up and super page down. So, you know how you get to the beginning and end of the line? I believe it's Alt Mac right. Alt Apple right is the way you get to the beginning and end to the end of the line. Yeah, it's a good idea. Good. It's cryptic. And graphic. Funny how you can. Anyway, yeah. Look at these owl bears. They're good fucking owl bears. Anyway, In the center of the south, you will find the Shrine of the Sky. The shrine is protected from death by the powers of its creators. Okay. Okay, I'm here now. There's a strong barricade around the chamber where Dirth is living. Go east from here, then use the stairway to get to the labyrinth. What? Stop it. Oh no, OS2. I used OS2 Warp once with one specific purpose. Which was to run a VR headset in like 1995 and play stupid fucking cyber sled game or whatever it was called. Fucker. This guy's bullets stop your fire too, by the way. The fucking dude. These NPCs are worse than Castlevania 2. No way we can go in there. Must find a way. No? Okay. The Brotherhood of Monks. Key, Lee, and Z. We should grant you a gift for your battle. Increase your life power to prepare you for your battle against the devil. Good luck, my son. You've been blessed by the spirits of wisdom, virtue, and love. Hell yeah. Not so hell yeah. Yeah, I've got protection for my fire attack now. One extra life. Alright, let's go to the man who will... Let's go to the place where you meet the man that gives you message. An altar to the east of here offers an entrance to the shrine in the sky, but Dirth has hidden the bell, and the altar cannot be entered without it. So it is necessary for you to go back and find the bell before you can go further. Okay? To the east of here. To the east of here. I think whoever wrote this didn't know what east and west were. I'm not going here yet. Now I get it right. I don't like the Spunk Monk. I don't like the Spunk Monk at all. Not a big fan of Spunk Monk. I think not, buddy. So the bell's not down here. God, you fucker. The Squonk Monk, on the other hand. Of course. Yeah. Spunk on call. Turns data into doing. What a long way you have traveled. Do you have the strongest shield? If not, it will be most difficult to reach Earth's... Fuck you, dude. I'm just like, tell me, you're gonna have a hard time, buddy. Me help you? No way. Fuck. Fuck. Aha. They just totally don't mention this at all in the hints in the magazine. Now, where am I? Ah, okay. I understand. Got him. Darren would destroy a document. Let's destroy a document. Welcome, Callum. Thank you, Darren. You got just a gigantic packet of ancient apartment-related things. Hold on a second. I gotta empty the bucket, too.
She beset them both with a frenzied assault.
Getting the next batch ready as well. Did I bomb this already?
Did.
Yeah, welcome. We're playing Neutopia. Having a good adventure here. Look at this. Medicine of Vitality. That was a huge waste. That wasn't a huge waste. Be quick now, son. The last crypt is only a short way off. The medallion awaits you. Build a bridge of rainbow drops over to the small island and take charge. Wait, are there 3 things here? Are there 3 crypts in the sky? Did you know they must have special equipment in order to fight Earth? Without the strongest shield, sword, and armor, you will be a sitting duck. It's not helpful. Chubo, what's up? Yeah, cafeteria food is a good thing to put into the neural network. It always knows. Dearth continues to control his remaining goons from his perch in a climactic castle. Please collect the remaining medallions before he can do more harm to our wasted land. The Hey, Nintendamone, how's it going? There's a bell of the sky which can break the seal of the climactic castle. Dirth has hidden it somewhere in the labyrinth, and it will be difficult to find. Weird little nude leg crickets. I don't want to add any spunk. Get out of here, spunk monk. Oh, nice. Free PC engine controllers. No, I don't want to hear the password. I might actually want to use the Spunk Monk soon. Peace that once symbolized our country can never return unless you save the princess. The medallions are the sum of our founders. Wait a second. That's a repeat message. I haven't been paying enough attention to the messages to know which ones might have been repeats. I hate these clouds that just shoot like a random number of bullets hell at you. 500? Yeah, I'll take a 500. Do 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 do. All right. Here's a dungeon. Here's a dungeon I've never been in before. Those are hidden sword tiles. I did that. There's that. Can I bomb this wall as well? No. I appreciate their dedication to the gimmick. But at a certain point, the Moonbeam Moss seems overused. Did this game come out before or after Link to the Past? Came out before. You are close to the last crypt. The final medallion is near at hand. But take care, Jazeta. Dirth is watching over this crypt, and he's waiting for you. So the concept... I guess Zelda 1 had dark rooms, right? They function differently than Zelda 3 dark rooms.
My God, that's fantastic.
Obscurity. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome. What were you up to today? What are you up to today, Obscurity?
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Andromeda, thank you for the follow. Or Andromeda, I guess. We got two ways we can go here. Weird PS1 stuff. I love weird PS1 stuff. And what's up? How's it going? That's... I love weird PS1 stuff. One of my favorite things. Any highlights? Any particularly interesting games today? Anne, how are you doing? Good to see you. We're getting Neutoped. Oh yeah, Book of Watermarks is a good one. I'm getting ready for movie night. Nice. You jerk. I'm getting stabbed by these sword blocks. Okay, I can go above them there. Bishi Bashi 2, Let's Go. I don't think I know that one. Oh man, Shadow Madness. I love Shadow Madness. I think Shadow Madness is a grossly underrated game because it's like it's admittedly crappy in certain areas that make it seem like just a complete trash game, but to me it seems to have a kind of like, I don't know, there's something appealing about it despite that. Like they really tried hard. They really... I feel like heart and soul was put into that game. They just didn't have the... What? There's another one? I've been watching over you the whole journey, but now it is time for us to part. My heart and soul are with you always, Gisetta. Take care and always remember one thing. The force of the medallions is with you. Oh man, we got a life power.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
AC/DC rocks. Thank you for the follow. I almost read that as ACD Crocs, which is a whole different thing. Oh no! What am I doing? Yeah, spamming the arrow traps is pretty funny. Okay. You saw my double take. I was like, ACD Crocs. No, because truly, AC/DC rocks. So of course, makes sense. They're not this kind of sadistic, are they? No. Okay, good. I'm almost out of boom bombs. I think it works as is. It's just a case of like, I don't know. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't a good situation here. I need that money. Yeah. I think the name is good as is. It's tough sometimes, you know, to wow, fuck. It's tough sometimes to get the names right because you're not focused on it as a streamer. You're not. You're getting stabbed by knife blocks. That's what you're focused on. Obscurity. I missed something. Somebody said another game. There were 2 games. There it is. Bishi Bashi 2 Let's Go?
Thanks. Please call again.
I don't think I know that one. No, I went the wrong one. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Shadrock wants to think. I haven't, so I had the think redeem turned off briefly. Do you think this is a different exit? Let me see if this is a different exit. It is. Okay. Right. We need to pause. This is good music to think to. Wait, is that coming from the game? Fuck. Hold on. Hold on.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Werner Bray, thank you for the follow. Okay. I gotta kill all the stuff in this room so I can go to the next room to pause the game. Hold on. Yeah, it's when you're... There we go. Okay. I know where the thing is. We got the music. We don't have the beeping. All right, it's doodad time. We need to set up for thinking, which means a couple of things here. So I was thinking I was gonna try to do this. So for those who don't know, I've been trying to remember all of the video games.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Vosserhammer, thank you for the follow. We'll do this. We might not need this, but we do need this. Game list. So I've been trying to remember all of the video games that I played as a kid. And I started by cataloging all the stuff that I played on MS-DOS. And made some good progress with that in terms of, like, I don't remember my password. So we made some very good progress through here. Let me bring this up. Let me bring up the list. Here's the list. And so this video game's a personal voyage is kind of what I think of it as. And it's basically every game that I played on MS-DOS or on IBM PC or other 8 or 16-bit computers, because I didn't play much outside of DOS, so might as well lump them together. But it's 291 games that I was able to find, that I was able to remember and find by looking through all the stuff. Love how Google Docs does that. Anyway, this is how I was able to, like, find the different games. It was going through Moby Games, browsing games, and going through year by year every single game on Moby Games in MS-DOS and being like, does this look familiar? Did I play this back at the time? Now, one of the things that this doesn't cover is anything other than PC games. Anything other than MS-DOS, right? So, what I need to do here is I need to add platform as a category, as a header, right? And then I need to make sure that these are on MS-DOS as a platform. The few that I didn't play on MS-DOS would be these three. I think that's it. I'm pretty certain that's it. Literally everything else I played on MS-DOS. These games only on MS-DOS. It doesn't include any Windows games or anything like that either. So these are like all of my notes on what I played. And we kind of finished because we hit the end of 1997. And after 1997, documentation of PC of DOS games specifically gets a little flaky, right? So like it's no longer, it's like, oh, this game was released on Windows and it had a DOS mode. Maybe. We don't really know. However, this doesn't include anything from consoles yet. This doesn't include any of that kind of stuff. So what I need to do is I need to insert a column here. Fill this. So these can later be sorted. Okay. So, what I haven't added yet, I haven't added anything from consoles. So we're going to start by, I'm going to try to remember the stuff that I did play, the stuff that stands out. Again, when I started this for DOS, the whole purpose behind it was like, I remembered only a few games, right? These big standout monuments, the tallest hills, the islands in an ocean. Things like XCOM. I had this really vivid memory of playing XCOM as a kid, and like the music I was listening to, and the cover of that CD, and like playing XCOM, you know, in like a certain part of the house, in like a particular chair, and like a very vivid memory of just this like very narrow time slice. And I was like, man, what other games did I play? Why don't I have these memories of all of these games? It's because our brains don't really work that way. And as soon as you see it, you're like, holy shit, I remember playing that. And so I've been kind of going through the DOS games to get to this point. Now that DOS is to 1997 at least, it's pretty much done. 291 games I played in various states, right? I might have played it from a copy a friend had, or I might have, you know, just played it at a friend's house or something like that. I might have had a demo or shareware, all these different things, right? And I got to the end of 1997, and it's like, well, we're not going to get much out of. We're going to be squeezing blood from a stone going to 1998 and beyond. We'll need to find another way to. There's another project in the works that'll help some of that, but I think it's time to move on to adding consoles to this list, and I think the best way to do that is to start with the consoles that I remember earliest and fill in just from memory, and then start adding stuff. Start adding stuff more like what's the word I'm looking for? Like start filling things in more fully by browsing titles and stuff like that as we go. But the first memories of console games that I have are on the Atari VCS, right? And I remember two games. I remember fucking Circus Atari, I think it was called, and Towering Inferno. Just double check that these names are correct. Circus Atari. I've got this other, let's see here. So the other thing that I use, the other resource that I use pretty heavily is this. So Circus Atari. Circus Atari. Yeah, this fucking thing. Look at this game. And half the time when I had this, I couldn't play it because I didn't have the paddle, I think they're called. The spinny bits. And the other is Towering Inferno for the 2600. Which you go in a building and you shoot water on the fire. And it's really fucking difficult. But those are the two games that I remember from the Atari. Now, I might have played others, but I didn't. I might have played others, but I don't remember them. I don't remember them in the slightest. And then there's a bunch of games. We start getting into games on the NES. Oh, yeah. Or FD18 fired something on the PlayStation 2. So on the NES, right? What are the first games I remember on the NES? I remember. Oh, that was the other thing. I'm pretty sure we had a 5200 instead of a 2600, but I don't remember if the 5200 is backwards compatible. It was something really weird. I'm pretty sure we had a 5200. But we'll find out. We'll find out more about the 5200 at a later date when I set mine up after this big move coming up. So, on the NES, what do I remember? Mario Brothers. I remember Gyromite and Duck Hunt. Maybe I had a 7800. It's possible. Possible. I do remember Towering Inferno, and I don't think that was on the 2600 or the 5200 though. So what do I remember from like the very earliest stuff on the NES? I remember Balloon Fight. I hated Balloon Fight. It was too fucking hard. Too goddamn hard. And like the other Kung Fu, right? That's what it's called, Kung Fu. AKA Spartan X. I never knew what anybody was talking about when they said Spartan X, and I was like, what the fuck is that? That's some game we didn't get over here? No, it's Kung Fu. But yeah, like the earliest NES stuff was what? Like... See, here's where we're going to run into problems, though, right? So we're going to look for NES. NES. Yeah, see, it goes all the way back to 1983. So here's one of the problems that is eventually going to be solved is, say I look at 1985, right? I get a bunch of stuff from Japan, and I don't have any way to filter by release on Moby Games. I can't filter this by show me just games that were released in North America. Right? So I see both the Japanese and US release dates as well, right? So like, who fucking knows? But I'm just gonna go off the stuff that I actually remember. So, like, we're just going to rapid fire a whole bunch of stuff into here to fill it out a little bit. And this is not going to be in strict order. We got Super Mario Brothers, right? We got Trojan. We got, what else we have? There's Mega Man and Mega Man 2. We got Fazanadu, Dragon Warrior. We got Final Fantasy and Xanac. Xanac I rented. Didn't like at the time. I love Xanac now, but man, I didn't like it at the time. But, oh yeah, I rented Milton's Secret Castle as well. Milton's Secret Castle. Rented. I like Milton's Secret Castle, though. I liked it at the time, and I liked it again when I replayed it recently. Castlevania I didn't like Castlevania too much, because I would always get to Frankenstein, and he's impossible if you don't have the holy water. No, it's Castlevania 2. Legend of Zelda. Oh, Legacy of the Wizard. Yeah, I had that. I own that. I still have it. Zelda 2. The Adventure of Link. Let's see, what else? I played Wrecking Crew. I don't remember how. I don't remember how I played Wrecking Crew, but I did play it. Let's see what else we got. I was a big fan. Anything fantasy or adventure or anything fantasy, adventure, role-playing, anything I could get my hands on like that, I was immediately there for it. Oh, you know what? You know what we got to look at? You know what we got to look at instead? Hold on. Where is it? It should be in downloads, right? Is the pack source. Yeah, we got to look at the pack source to find out what I played. We're going to look at the pack source. Are you ready for the pack source? The ultimate guide to Nintendo video game ratings and genres. Ready for the pack source? In case you needed to know, here's the power meter. Graphics and sound. Play control. Challenge. Theme and fun. Category color code. Sports, family, Rob, education, brain. Light gun, arcade classics, adventure, RPG, power pad, action. A description of the game and a tip. And an actual screen photo. And then there's like a short code for all of that. All right. Let's see. Sports. Did I play any of these sports games? I played one of these sports games. I don't remember which one. I did play ice hockey and Blades of Steel. I played both of those. So those are on the list. What do we got over here? Oh, you know what else I played? I played Excite Bike. I definitely played Excite Bike. And I did play I rented Double Dribble. I rented it. And it was okay. I liked the dunks, but I could never get them to happen reliably. Yeah, here. Kings of the Beach. Did I play Kings of the Beach? I don't know that I did. I played one volleyball game, but I don't know which one. Oh, I played Lunar Pool. Let me, hold on. Let me just move this up. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now you can see what I'm doing over here. Lunar Pool. I hated it. Still do. I still do. I still hate Lunar Pool. Oh, man. Lunar Pool. And we gotta do this too. Is it called Super Pitfall? The one on NES is Super Pitfall. Hold on a second. I need to go. I hit enter when I shouldn't have. Yes, Super Pitfall. And Super Pitfall and Ultima Exodus. The lose faith in FCI trio. Yes. Part of the trio. Yeah. So Ultima Exodus, Super Pitfall, and Lunar Pool set me up for absolutely hating FCI on site as a publisher. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't give Xanac the chance that it deserved. Rad Racer, that's on there. Pro Wrestling. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Wait. What else we got? We're going to have to go through sports. I did play Ring King and RC Pro-Am. RC Pro-Am, Ring King, and Slalom. Slalom's an interesting story. Friend had it. I remember at one point, did I play Side Pocket? Oh, Super Dodgeball. Definitely. Definitely played Super Dodgeball. I'm pretty sure. Is Tag Team Wrestling on the NES the one with the funny move names like Camel Crotch? I think it is, right? Played Super Off-Road for sure. And Tag Team Wrestling. And Tecmo Bowl. And Tecmo World Wrestling, I'm pretty sure. 10-Yard Fight I played and hated, but I think I played it on a like arcade cabinet setup, right? Played on weird arcade setup. Track and Field I definitely had. TNC Surf Design I certainly had. WrestleMania I sure played that. I was big into wrestle stuff in the 80s. World Games. Oh, yes, I played World Games. World Games had a caber toss for some reason. Right? That's fucking... Although it may seem at times that the computer cheats, any situation can be gotten through with good gameplay, and that just takes practice. Although it may seem like the computer cheats, fucking liars. The computer sure as hell does cheat. Jerks. Did I play any of the family games? I did play Taboo. That's a family game. I don't think I might have played Anticipation. Anticipation looks real familiar. I didn't have Stack Up. Stack Up always intrigued me because it seemed more involved than Euro might. Education Brain. I did play Adventures of Lolo. I did not save the receipt. Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Archon, Castle Quest, Chess Master. I can remember Fit. Othello, maybe? I didn't play NES Tetris back in the day. I did play Solomon's Key, though. Solomon's Key. What do we got here? Oh, I did play Freedom Force and Gotcha, the sport. This is the dungeon music from Neutopia. I didn't play Gumshoe, but I did play Hogan's Alley. Whoops. Hulk Hogan's Alley. Hogan's Alley. That's good. No shooting range. All right, arcade games. Arkanoid, yes. Bubble Bobble, yes. Burger Time, yes. Defender 2, yes. Dig Dug 2, maybe? Donkey Kong, yes. Donkey Kong Jr., yes. Donkey Kong 3, yes. Elevator Action. Galaga, Eurus, Heavy Barrel, Joust. I played all of these games at one time or another, but I don't remember, I do not remember where a lot of these games came from or, who owned them. Because this was, the brief time in my life when I was, active in normal school and would, go to my friends' houses and, we would, go on trips and, I would share games with people. I traded a bunch of games that I didn't like to a friend of mine who liked them, who had finished some of their games, and I don't know. It was an interesting time. It was a lot of trading games and sharing those experiences. Very, very cool. I did play Lode Runner. I did play Mappy Land. I hated both of those. Marble Madness. I didn't play Millipede. I didn't play Operation... I don't remember. I think I did. Crappy Land, yeah, pretty much. Popeye... Rampage I did play, for sure. Spy Hunter. I have a copy of Xenophobe. That's how I know I played it. Now we're on to Adventure. Adventure games. What adventure games did I play? I didn't play Abadox. I did play Astyanax. I did play Batman. I did play Bionic Commando and Blaster Master. I did not play Battle of Olympus. More adventures. What do we got? A Boy and His Blob. I played that. A Boy and His Blob. Casino Kid I didn't play. Castlevania 2 we already got, right? Clash at Demon Head I played. Hey Rusty, how's it going? I didn't play Dash Galaxy. I did play Deadly Towers. What an excellent game. The rare 2.7 for Deadly Towers. Didn't play Dino Wars. I did play Dr. Chaos, unfortunately. I did play Dragon Power. DuckTales. I already wrote Fazanadu, Friday the 13th. Yeah, same, Chubo, same. I was like, this game holds holds secrets that I must know. Goonies 2, yeah, I played Goonies 2 a whole bunch. Guardian Legend. I haven't tried out the stupid update yet, Rusty. I was planning on playing both versions. Both the updated version and the man, I played so many of these games. Oh, I got Legacy of the Wizard already. Legend of Zelda. Yeah, I already got that one. Magic of Scheherazade. Mega Man 2. I didn't play Mega Man 3. Ooh, Metal Gear. Metroid, highest rated game, by the way, I believe. Wait, was another game rated higher than Metroid? Milton's Secret Castle. I did play Ninja Gaiden. I didn't like Ninja Gaiden at the time. Rambo I played and loved. River City Ransom. I did play Robo Warrior somehow. Rygar. Strider. Super Mario Brothers 2. Super Mario Brothers 3. I did play Superman. I did play Teenage Mutant Ninja shit. Uncle Fester's Quest. I unfortunately played Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And Willow I played. Wizards and Warriors. I don't think I played Wrath of the Black Manta. Yeah, multiple Nintendo Power Award-winning Ninja Turtles game. What do we got here, Shadrock? Elf is cafeteria food. Tiny elf next to gigantic cafeteria food. I see we got a deep-fried lobster on top of kale. That's pretty good. All right, I think that's good for now. We'll come back to the pack source later, and we'll learn about role-playing games such as Conflict, Defender of the Crown, Desert Commander, Dragon Warrior, Genghis Khan, Nobunaga's Ambition, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Shadowgate, and Ultima. Some other RPGs to look at next time. Thank you, Shadrock. That was a big think. The first of a new generation of thinking. And now, we need to extend this. Are you fucking kidding me, Google? Come on. Come on. There we go. Almost 100 NES games for the first bit here. That's not it. This good. There we go. Thank you, Shadrock. 104 NES games and 2 Atari games added to the think list. Paul, hello. Need for destroy a document. Let me do that. You got a gigantic ancient lease agreement. An AT&T bill. And a notice from Water and Power. Yeah, the only system I ever rented... No, that's not true. I rented 2 systems. I've only ever rented 2 systems. But the 2 that I rented were... The 2 systems that I rented were the Super Nintendo when it first came out. When the very first, like when the Super Nintendo was brand new. And that's just a sword block. And the Neo Geo a couple of times. And yeah, it was like a huge deposit. You needed a huge deposit for it. It was like $300 or $400. I think it was like not enough to cover the cost of buying the system itself. It was weird. Fucking... That opens that door. I'm out of boom bombs. Fuck. Boom bombs. Okay, go up here. Be here. It's gonna be here. Gosh, they make it a twofer as well. Jeez. What do we got? More bombs. Okay. Which I don't use here, apparently. It's very much like Zelda, yeah. Yeah, you could say that. There's very much different about it, though, as well. A lot of differences. Just in, like, the way the world is put together, as well as... Hello? Oh, right, because there's... that. Wait, what? So that part leads to the boss. More bombs. We're not going to bomb right here. Shut up. Controller. What am I looking at here? Some kind of N64 controller. They made a custom controller and they didn't fix the N64 controller. For hotels, I see. The 3DO blaster. Exceedingly rare now. Throw it in the trash where it belongs. Have a prehensile penis. It's one way to use the N64 controller correctly. Pulse, what is it? The nerd mind. Fuck. Stab. Aha. Way forward. I forgot to start the timer again. Dune House symbols. Fantasy, sci-fi, games or movies. They're just random symbols and icons. You might look at Ultima, the manuals of the various Ultima. For inspirations. I know there's like a bunch of like weird runic symbols and stuff in there. Alright, so we're at 40, 47, 57. We figure 10 minutes that I've been playing that I forgot to start the timer? Probably. I would start with Ultima, the manuals for Ultima 6, 4, 5, or 6. Would probably be a good idea. I wouldn't recommend Ultima 7 on because they got into like kind of... How do I explain it? They got into, like, real-world allegory kind of heavily. Pokey? Pokey. Yeah, well, I mean, it was a dark time for the studio, so it all makes sense why. But, yeah, those hit you. They hit, like, 2.5 squares. Okay, there is a thing here. Is there a thing up from here? No. Is there a thing left from here? No. Goddamn non-linear dungeon. The crystal ball! Dino!
Was there something else, Buzz?
You for the host. Truly, we are on an adventure today. Alright, that's a square you never go into. Vote for waifus. Thank you for gifting a sub to Dino. Fractal Mike. Hello, how's it going? Fucking... How dare you? Oh, what's this? God, boom bombs. Ash said hi. Everybody showing up all at once. Hello. Hello, friends. Well, I can't push stuff. Ha! Oh! The Bell of the Sky! We've done it. We've discovered the Bell of the Sky. The Bell of the Ball. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright, Ash. You know, I like... caught up on my sleep a little bit. I'm feeling better there. These things, I can't think of these things as anything other than weird diseased feet. You know, I've been having a good time playing this game. I had a really, I had a fun time this morning. No? Come on, there's gotta be... Yep. Here. I had a good time this morning chatting about an upcoming project of mine, which is going to be a database of video games that I can actually, like... Oh, nice! Congrats, Mike! Congrats. Very glad to hear that. Really? Like, really? This is the... So, I have kind of constant frustration looking up anything about video games because the primary sources that I can use, like, either don't have the information in a, like, digestible format, or they, jerk, or, they don't have it, like, searchable or whatever. But, like, for example, right? Earlier, I was like, man, you know, I want to go on... Oh, that's no good. I was like, I want to go look up Nintendo games by order of North American release. Only North American games. Right? And I want them listed by order of North American release. I don't know of a site that lets you do that, right? I know Moby Games doesn't, because it mixes in all the Japanese releases and the US releases, and it's unclear. It's unclear whether a game is listed first by its American title or first by its Japanese title. So it's like, if I'm looking at DOS video games, MS-DOS video games, right? Every year that I browse, I'm going to see every game released that year. I'm going to see every game released that year, regardless of whether it was first released that year or whether that was a re-release by some other publisher that was the same game, the same exact game on, like, under a different label, or even just the same game published again under a different ISBN or whatever, right? So, like, it's not usable to browse and filter stuff. And, yeah, like Chubo said, they're not interested in fixing it because it would take effort. and you know, that's exactly the effort that I'd rather put in is building a database of stuff that actually links back to usable things. Part of it is, like, say I have a large library of PS2 games in digital form, right? Say I want to go, you know what? I'd like to make a curated set of my PlayStation 2 games based on a few criteria, right? No boring sports games, no visual novels, no parlor games. I'd like to have only one version of the game for each region that it exists in, regardless of whether the name changed between regions. And, you know, like stuff like that, right? And I don't have the ability to filter like that. And even if I do, on like a website or something, I don't have the ability to make that actionable by going back and saying, like, okay, match this to the files that I have and go ahead and delete the ones I don't want or move them into a unwanted folder, right? And if I had access to the database directly, I would be able to do those kind of things because I would be, you know, I'd be able to do that kind of stuff because I'd be interacting directly with the database itself. Also, things like, what if a game was never released, but I want to know, like, hey, where was this game mentioned? Was it mentioned in magazines? You know, was it mentioned in magazines? Was it, you know, on a website or some other publication? There's questions like, are there any video games that were released only as part of a compilation? Right? And I have no way to answer those questions today. Hector. Yeah, Hector was fielding all of my like potential use cases. all of my unbelievable use cases. So, part of it is that, like, many games don't have universal identifiers, right? They might have a SKU. They might have been released as shareware, and the concept of a sock keeping unit doesn't even matter, right? And that's the thing, is that a lot of these situations aren't just what ifs. They're things that I encounter on, if not a daily basis, like, you know, frequent enough that they're questions that come to mind often, right? Like that I can recall having asked before. So, working on that, it's mentally taxing, but also like it's fun and rewarding for me, because like I'm really looking forward to having that kind of database, and I think it's something that we can definitely like. I think we have a wide enough and knowledgeable enough community that we can start curating the entries into that database and not have to worry on, not really worry about necessarily crowdsourcing it or public contribution, because I think we have a lot of the knowledge that's needed and a lot of the expertise. I think it will eventually be a team effort. Right now, it's just Hictor and I that have been working on the architecture of it and how we can support all those different use cases. I don't have the map to this place. But the big thing is that, and it's funny you mentioned music, right? Because music had a big problem with exactly this. And the problem that music had was that the people who built this database privatized it and sold it, took a bunch of money and left. All right. So it's something where, like, I want to make sure the database itself is accessible and can be protected from that kind of action by distribution, right? I always say distribution is the most robust form of preservation. Gonna take a hit. But, like, I'd be, I want to make sure that there's a structure in place that this kind of stuff can be utilized, and that an entity like Moby Games in future won't say, well, we don't want to do that because it's going to require re-architecting everything. Because all of the weirdo use cases for searching and filtering and browsing are already covered in a major way, right? Like there's Sonic and Knuckles was the Sonic and Knuckles. Oh, got the crystal ball. Good. That's going to be helpful. Sonic and Knuckles is the bane of existence for a database like this, because like Sonic and Knuckles, right? Let's talk about Sonic and Knuckles for a second. Say you're developing a database to store discrete information about video games, right? There's a video game, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, right? Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is a separate game from Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles is a separate game. The other kind of discrete. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles is a separate game from both Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. So how do you reconcile that, right? And part of it came up because we were like talking about expansion packs, right? And then on the topic of expansion packs, what about Might and Magic, Clouds of Zine, Dark Side of Zine, and World of Zine? Clouds of Zine and Dark Side of Zine are their own independent games, and World of Zine is a third set of content which requires both of those games to be present. However, there's also a CD-ROM version of World of Zine that's a standalone product that does not require either of the two floppy disk versions of the game, but it contains them. The strongest shield is within the walls of this labyrinth, but there's a problem. Even the crystal ball cannot see within all the rooms of this... Wait, I've done this already. I got the strongest shield out of here. Goodbye. A little bit Zelda clone. It's pretty close to Zelda, but it has some, like, pretty strong differences as well. It's not a compilation though, because it's different, and it's a game on its own. Right? The CD version and the floppy versions are different. I agree with you about World of Zine as a standalone game that requires both the other games. But World of Zine on CD-ROM is a standalone game that does not require the other games, but contains versions of them only available in that context. Also, the other thing is, like, how do you handle releases for games that are included in whole or in part as games within other games, right? That's another thing we discussed. Like, we go down here. No. Sinersha,
Okay,
thank you for the raid.
Go ahead.
What were you playing today, Sinersha? What were you up to today? Thank you for the good luck. And yeah, like the Yakuza games with oh, Gwent, nice. I hope you have a good dinner too. Hope you got some good cards in your Gwent quest. So the Yakuza games, right? Have complete versions of what? Hang On and Space Harrier or something. Hope it went well. But then, like, consider the version of Galaga, right? Consider the version of Galaga that's in the loading screen for Ridge Racer 1, right? That's where you have to make a decision. In terms of what I believe, the decision there is kind of for a game to be listed as a release as a sub game of another game, and not just like a note that says like, hey, this has a version this has a mini game version of this present. It needs to be as complete as you might expect a port to be. So, like, for example, the other example that I could come up with of cases that didn't meet that criteria was like Well, so that's separate, right? That's not a game in and of itself. It's just a collection. It's just a compilation. All right, Mike. Good luck. Good luck. Hope everything goes well. Hope you get minimal effects from it. Hero Jazeta has obtained the strongest sword. Yes! Look at this fucking... Oh, look at the sword! So the two examples of, like, insufficient sub-games that I came up with were, Goemon's, Gradius. There's considerable rear shelf on Jazeta. Not much with Jazeta with you. Right, so those are insufficient to be sub games. The Galaxian and the the Galaga and the Galaga and the Gradius. I think those are insufficient, right? They wouldn't be... I wouldn't consider them to be a... I wouldn't consider them to be a, like, full sub-game. They're a mini-game that that simulates the experience of the full game. But that might change. You know, that might change how it is now. The question is whether, like... Does the version of Gradius, for example, right? For example, if you were doing an all Gradius games challenge, right? If you were doing every release of Gradius on every system, right? Would you play the Goemon Gradius game? If you were doing every version of Galaxian, would you play the bonus game that's in the start of Ridge Racer? Right? Every release on every system of Galaxian, do you play the mini game in the loading screen? Exactly. Now, okay, about shareware, demos, prototypes, and all that kind of stuff. The structure we have right now, or at least that as I recall it without looking at it in front of me, was that every game has... There's a super object, which is basically the game itself. Then there are releases of a game. So a shareware release of a game is a separate release from the full version of that game. And if there's an updated version of that game later on that's like 1.5 or 1.7 or something like that, there's another release, right? And those releases are based on if there are functional differences or if it's a different thing, right? That also covers things like prototypes. Yeah, so we started out with games and companies and accessories and different stuff all being, like, separate. And then at least for the current design, we figured out, or it's my opinion anyway, that games, specific consoles, like the SCPH 30,000 is a specific console, right? So games, specific consoles, and accessories all have the same relative data about them, right? I might want to know where did they ever advertise the fishing controllers for PlayStation 1, the ASCII ones, right? I might want to know that. So, like, So like, I might want to look up, like, okay, what was the magazine that had the fishing controllers in it? Oh, it was in, it was in PlayStation Magazine issue 31, right? I might want to look that up and see in just the page. We're not building a database of magazines, but we do want to know where magazines mention. We want to be aware of the fact that these magazines exist, right? So like a magazine with a publication date and issue number and series, right? Something like that. And then we can say, yeah, it was advertised here, it was discussed here. There was an article about this game in this magazine. So we can cross-reference all of that stuff. And if someone says, like, hey, you know what? Give me everything about every piece of information that exists that's known about ghouls and ghosts, right? Tell me about every release, every article, every flyer that was done for it, whether it was mentioned in another game's manuals, advertisement, stuff like that, where it's like all of the metadata surrounding a game. It'll tell you, okay, here's all the stuff. It might not go into detail in terms of the game's content, right? We might not say like, oh, there's a reference. This game is referenced in this other game, because that kind of stuff is really hard to dig out and becomes much more subjective. But you can at least say like, yeah, there was an advertisement for this in this spot or in that spot. Okay. Bing. Can I go up here? Right. Yeah, that was another thing we were talking about in terms of implicit and explicit support and incompatibility between things. If I wanted to ask, hey, which Apple II games are incompatible with the 65CO2 processor? I have no resource I can go to for that right now. And the best I can do is start building that into this database and support that kind of documentation and say like, okay, yeah, you know what? Like, this is something that I know about. I can improve this information. Or I can say like, hey, for the Nintendo 64, which games on the Nintendo 64 require the memory expansion pack, and which video games on the N64 are incompatible with the memory expansion pack? And like, I know who I can go to get that answer. I might be able to compile that answer with like 10 or 20 minutes of searching and reading, but I don't have a one-stop shop where I can say like, okay, show me this list and show me this list separately, right? That a database of that stuff that's queryable. Galatep wants to destroy a document. Let's do it.
And they fought. They joined battle. And she charged. 21 was too late. 21 screamed as he attacked. Fade jumped into action against Korath.
Thank you, Galatep. You got three big handfuls of an ancient investment report from like 2007 or something. But yeah, the idea that something might be compatible with something, it might be a required accessory for something, right? Some games on the PlayStation require you to have the Pocket Station. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so like getting all this information together is like, it's interesting to me because like I don't think such a thing exists right now. And I would love to be proved wrong and somebody be like, hey, yo, this already exists. Just go to this website, videogamedatabase.com, and you get all the database you want. But I don't believe that it does exist. At least not in this form, right? And the other thing that I'm thinking about, just in terms of like, how would such a thing work? Who's it for? What's the, you know, what's the main thing? Oh no, it's this guy again. The strongest shield. Yeah, okay. Can I go anywhere from here? Yep, there you go. Exactly, Nintendo. And here's the other thing. Is are some 6-button controllers compatible with some games, but not others? So that's another part of it, Bioballs, is the idea that, like, the idea that you would, separate it or have worldwide kind of stuff. The only case where you would have, like, the only case where you would have a worldwide thing truly is something that's, like, either modern, released online, or just was released irrespective of region. Like stuff that was released online as shareware or or a digital version without respect to region. Yeah, exactly. Only some current releases are simultaneous. Right, like, I guess, like, the way I would put it is...
Hey Duke and chat. How goes the adventure? You all missed a hell of a front 242 show last night in Minneapolis.
242. Top boss. Over the 100 minutes. Oh, shit. I hope it was a good show. Hope it was safe as well. But yeah, like, for example, would you consider non-region locked games released primarily to the American audience as a worldwide release? For example, like Doom, right? Anybody in the world could have downloaded Doom when it was first released, but it wasn't, I don't think, intended for those audiences. Can I farm this by killing these things enough to get cherries, you think? Or do these not even drop cherries? I don't think fucking... Fuck. Can we go left here? Apparently not. Dang it! I love these little demons' faces. They're so good. Can we go this way? Oh. Fuck. Oh, right, you gotta do this. Can't push that one. But yeah, I'm very excited about the idea of this database. And there's... As a starting point... As a starting point for games... You know, whether games exist or not, I guess... is there is actually a kind of reasonable starting point to kind of confirm existence. Which is, you know, the groups that preserve video games well have cataloged them in such a way that, like, you can confirm that a version that you have is a version of the game from a particular group or a particular oh no, or a particular set. It doesn't tell you much about it. It doesn't tell you when it was released or any real details of it, but it tells you that it exists. And that's very helpful in some cases. Right. That's actually something that we discussed a bit. Did I mess this up? Yeah, how do you deal with fake games, right? And that's why, like, the super object doesn't actually, it covers, like, the existence of a game, but not its releases, and the releases are stored separately. Ha ha ha! Trying to trick me, game. And so, like, a big part of that is, like, you do have to cover unreleased versions of games that were announced or covered, and you might want to know, where were they covered? How can I go look at... If I want to look up all of the information about M, also known as Sons of Midnight? Game by SSI using the Dark Sun engine. I've been to every room in this dungeon. I've been to every room in this dungeon and I don't have the key yet. Am I contexting? Oh, hey, there's a screenshot of M I've never seen before. Never seen that one before. So, if a game is covered under a working title, and then the title is changed at release time, the parent game, right? The parent game, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, Hector, but I believe the parent game would be listed under the release name, right? There would be a thing for it under one roof, right? So, for example, Wonder Boy series would be Wonder Boy. Then a release of that game that has no actual game associated with it would have media associated with it under the working title. Right, so it would have, here's a magazine article, here's a, right? I know we discussed Wonder Boy, right? But we do need to, if something supports Wonder Boy, it's a good schema, yeah. The question is, then... Okay, I can't go there. I could potentially go down from here, but I think I checked that already. Yeah. I don't think I can go left or right there. But that said, exactly how it would be handled, I don't think we've decided yet. But it would be something along the lines of, a game would be associated with one or more titles, and then decisions would have to be made probably on a per game or per series basis of how is this handled? What is different about this game? Is it different enough to be a different game? Is it just a different title for the same game? If it's just a different title for the same game, does it require a different release entry, or does it require a different, does it require a different entry of some other kind? And I think there's a number of specific examples for how that can be handled. Aha, here we go. Right, Wonder Boy, the Wonder Boy series is a great source of That's not what I want. I mean, that's good, but that wasn't what I wanted. Like, for example, how do you handle Monster World 2, right? Monster World 2 is the same physical game, the same ROM file, the same data, as Wonder Boy in Monster World, or is it Dragon's Trap? Right? But it changes title depending on your console's region. It has a different title. Okay, it can't be here. Yeah, Dynastic Hero. I'd forgotten about Dynastic Hero. Dynastic Hero, Adventure Island. Yeah, Terma Demonica. I swear I've already been here. Do you lose the key when you leave the dungeon? Is that it? There we go. Ah. Sometimes that doesn't hurt you. But yeah, there's like yeah, exactly. Like covering it all in the same data structure means like some very small kludges. Oh no. They're stuck in that animation. For specific edge cases, but still being able to use the same format is, I think, kind of the best you can hope for. How the fuck do I get to the bottom segment now? It's not down there, because that's the fucking... That's the thing. Here it is. The kludge bludge. Bludges, kludges. Your sound disappeared? Perhaps your mom. Your synesthesia is finally cured. But anyway, it's a cool idea, and I think like Perhaps some sound weirdness with, There we go. Palsh wants to destroy a document. Give me a second here, let me... Okay. You got 3 more pulls off of that ancient financial report. Hello? Whoa! Okay. Land. Uh-oh. Fire and land. Pew 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 pew. Fucking jerk. Got him. Ah! Kaboom! Oh shit! They put one little devil at the end. Our hero Jizeta has obtained the prized medallion. Here we go. Whoosh! Away we go. And to find the second medallion before the sphere will open. Oh. Extra life. I want more life. Wait a second. I think it's faster to go this way. That's a bit longer than, I also know this game a little less well than Dungeon Explorer. I only got lost, like, once in Dungeon Explorer. But if you're playing it blind, Dungeon Explorer could be a lot longer. Could be longer than this one, because this game is at least, like... This game is at least, like, it's pretty civilized about how, like, everywhere you go, everybody's trying to give you a clue about what to do. Most of them are directionally challenged, we'll say. But they're at least trying. They're attempting to give you a clue. Yeah, no, that's in the magazine. That's the fucking... Before I'm a moron. Before I go off to the final dungeon, a second penultimate dungeon. Before I go off to the penultimate dungeon, yeah, if you'll lose time if you try to use Turbo Play magazine, because it's yikes. You know, it's a fun little romp. If you're not going into it expecting, like, something revolutionary and you just want a fun little game to play, it's good. It's good. It's not like the existence of Zelda precludes the existence of good games with the same formula, right? The top, bottom, leftmost, right. Yeah. Here's the thing. I've been going back and replaying a lot of games from my childhood just into the context of, like, you know, like, do I still like them? Do I like games that I didn't like at the time? And kind of surprising results. I like video games more now than I did as a child, I think, you know? There's a lot of games that I hated as a kid that I've gone back to and enjoyed immensely. I think there's just my appreciation for video games continues to grow along with me. Maybe the lower route is faster. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, nostalgia for games that I hated. Oh, man. Man, I love to hate this game. Let's see if I hate it as well as I did as a kid. Nah. Oh man, I'm looking forward to playing Xanadu post-Chaos. That version of Ease is weird to me. I don't know about that version of Ease. That version of Dragon Slayer is decent, though. In my IMO. Oh, I don't know what it's, like, available on right now, but the version that you should play is the Saturn one, because it looks fucking dope. Of course, you shouldn't spend, like, $400 or whatever they want to charge for it, on it. Cherries. One thing I think this game could have balanced better is, like, how often but it's an easy game. It's not a hard game. You know? That's the thing, though, is that this game is probably equal in jank to Zelda. It's just different. It's different janks. And we're all so used to Zelda's jank because we played it before we knew any better. And we're just like, yeah, Zelda. It controls like Zelda. And I think that's why I say, like, this is it's a different game to Zelda because it isn't an exact copy, right? And it doesn't try to be, and I think that's why it feels, I don't know, janky. Nope. Yeah, there's stuff about Link to the Past that, like, You know, I enjoyed Link to the Past quite a bit as a kid. I know where it's got its rough edges, though, you know? In we go. In we go. We don't have the crystal ball here. We don't. Hey, you fucker. Yeah, I love his angry eyebrows. He's so mad. That's good, Tina. That's the best case, right? Is when you're like, when you forget about something and then you get it. It's a little present for future you when you forget things. I'm pretty sure I've made it. I've had it happen before that I've made an emote, forgot that I made the emote, and then go to use the emote somewhere and like surprise myself, and I'm like, oh yes, I forgot I made this. All right, are we let's try to get. Bet we'll get the crystal ball if we just follow the dungeon, follow the money in the dungeon, dungeon money. Give me that. Lefts. Fuck! They get me every time. This had a bombable to the south. Fucking, what am I doing? Okay, I know where the thing is now. These enemies make me real nervous because they look like a giant diseased green foot. And when you play Dragon Slayer on the Saturn, you'll know exactly why. Okay, this was a thing that we got. Perhaps this was the Bell of Heaven. Oh, good work. Congratulations. Oh no, oh no, this isn't good. Oh no, it's when you kill the first wave that I think that it does it automatically. Get him. Get him. Get him. Yeah, they seem... Got a couple. Got one today, I think. And then this fucking dude isn't fucking here. I got bombs. Okay, we gotta go the other way. Polish with another document destruction. Let me do that for you.
He went there only to find her cold, hard arm to kill him. It had come to fight.
How do you feel? Was it good?
Fade opened his door to query the hulking man, but he struck at her. As she neared the man, she attacked.
Glory and victory!
You got 3 more pulls off of that. Same investment report. It's a big one, you know? I already got all the stuff out of this dungeon. I thought I got the thing.
He attacked Stitch.
Do I care about that yet? We're close to the last crypt. The final medallion is near at hand. But take care, Jizeta. Dirth is watching over this crypt and he's waiting for you. Aha. Do you think there's secret exits from this room? Bet there are. I bet I should check. Not this side, though. I'm pretty sure this one was the Dark Lord, so we gotta go in the right one. Gotta check the right one first. Pretty sure. Okay. I think it might be if you get a crystal ball or a key to a different dungeon, it resets the one that you're currently on. It reset, like, you can only have one at a time. This is my current theory. Cherries. Bombs, no! Bombs don't stick around for long. Alright. There's one. There's two. No third. I hit it by accident. Okay. Oh, we've already been here. I don't think they would, but just in case. I think that's where we got Thing. Gotta check. No. This is the penultimate dungeon after all. I don't fucking know where to go. I don't know where to fucking go. Place where you meet the man who has message. I think I got a cherry. I think I got shot in the back. Bombs. Bombs. I'll bomb everywhere. Hello? The key to the crypts. Good, I can skip the crystal ball if I find the key to the, if I find the crypt now. I don't think those guys ever drop bombs. Which is a shame. Oh, it works on him. Look at this cool-ass boss. With a dude inside. Cat head with a dude inside. He's kind of tough. Okay. Fuck. Want to keep this magic. Oh, holy shit! Generated! Look at that! Wow, nice. Fuck. Yeah, this music is good. Got him. Oh, he teleported away. Jazeta, you have made it! How very good it is to see you. Your fight was outstanding. Unfortunately, I have some bad news for you. Your last battle was only an image of Dearth. Dearth is a master of illusion, and he has slipped out of here without a sight. I believe he has gone back to the castle in the north, and he's taken the princess too. Your efforts have won you the 8 medallions. Now use the power to free the princess. And then one last little puzzle. The precious medallion. There we go. There's the precious medallion. Up we go. Oh, Jazeta. Oh, that's the worst interpretation of that. What a brave and gallant hero you are. You've shown us your strength. You've battled hard, and you've returned all of the precious 8 medallions. Now you must use the force of the medallions to lead you to the captive princess. She's being held by Dearth in the climactic castle. Use the magic square at the end of this corridor to beam you to the castle. The force of the medallions is with you, so use your most trusty sword to defeat Dearth. All our lives rest with your success. May the force be with you, O brave one. Jizita's life force has been increased by 1 for his brave and valiant efforts. As an old and wise mother, blah, 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 blah. Gotta go get medicine from the cheap doctor. I don't know what about the name you might not like. It's perfectly normal, fantasy hero name. Boom. Yeah, like Butts. Butts is another perfectly normal fantasy hero name.
Again, Mongo fought in self-defense.
Oh yeah, there's the guy who you can pay. He asks if you have enough spunk in your life, and if you can pay him 50 gold for more spunk. And he looks like a monk, so I call him the Spunk Monk. Another document destruction, Paul. Look at this big chunk. This is how thick the report was. That's the staple that I had to cut off. Gigantic, thick report. Turborx wants a little bit of Digimag. We'll do that in just a second. Let me get back to the save zone. Then we'll do a little bit of Digimag, and then we'll do the final dungeon, which might just be the final boss. I got the medicine, right? Yeah. Do you wish to have the password? Yes! Use the file cabinet. Save. Overwrite. Come back when you feel weak. Right, pause the timer. And we've got to think. All right. Frozen mixed berries with a bit of Cool Whip. That's nice. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. We're going to go to Turbo Play 4 because I think that's the next one I can get in PDF. Yeah. As an old and wise mother, it's a user story. It's a user story. As an old and wise mother, I have the power of healing. When clicking submit on the login page. Alright, we want this full size page thing. We do want to see it in book view. What do we got here? Turbo Play, December, January 1991. Reviews, game tips, international look. Red Doom Guy, Tiger Road, and Super Star Soldier. Win a Turbo Express. Win a Turbo Express. Look at that. Look at that. LCD screen. Boom! Star Soldier art. Tiny Bonk, yeah. Our 4th issue of Turbo Play. Turbo Mail, what do we got here? I have played all this... Man, look at this braggart. I have played all the software for the TurboGrafx 16 and the Genesis, and I have to say that the TurboGrafx 16 is the best. While the Genesis may have better graphics on some games, the fun and gameplay of the TurboGrafx 16 games are much better. My favorite TG16 game is Wise, Book 1 and 2, followed by R-Type at a close second. Coming in third is The Legendary Axe. Some stuff about, just because a game appears on one system doesn't mean it won't appear on the other. And they give a list of the stuff that's coming up. Battle Royale, Aero Blaster, Super Star Soldier, Sherlock Holmes CD. It came from the desert. What a game. Bonk's Adventure 2, Tailspin, TV Sports Basketball. Camp California, Champions Forever Tennis. Impossible, Camp California CD. Loom CD, Ballistics. Disney Game in November, and Shadow of the Beast CD in fall. NEC doesn't have a cleaning kit at this time. Here's some more games. It's one of them, Rusty. It's one of them. Alien Crush, Blazing Lasers, China Warrior, Dragon Spirit, Dungeon Explorer, Fantasy Zone, Galaga 90. Is there anything fake in here? These are all just the games that are out already. Like, no, we don't have a cleaning kit. Here's all the games that are out. Wise. Book 1 and 2. Super Star Soldier, 4 stars. 4 stars, Super Star Soldier. Aero Blasters, 4 stars. Battle Royale, 3 stars. Spitfire Spike is under orders to make you suffer. Anybody play this? Battle Royale? Sinistron. Oh, Sinistron is the game with the big beak. I always forget what the big beak game is. I never played it. And Bonk's Adventure. It's 10,000 years ago. You must bonk 28 stages of... 28? 28? Fucking hell. 28 stages? Battle Royale was fun with 4 players. It sucked single player so bad. Games around the world. Oh man, W Ring. Who doesn't like W Ring? Wise, Book 3. Yeah, Bonk takes 70 hours. You'll grow from a baby into a full adult. Playing Bonk. Rastan Saga 2. Granzort. This is another incredible game. Not only are the graphics superb, but the game is fantastic. The combination really makes this game a winner. Yeah, everybody remember playing Granzort? What do we got here? Valius 3. Look at this fucking dude. Look at this Valius dude here. In Valius 3. Hope you get to play as the gigantic barbarian. Kadash? That's a good one. Ghouls and Ghosts. This game is only available for the Super Graphics PC Engine. But oh, what a game. Oh, man. That puker looks weird to me. Rabio Lepus. That one actually got ported, didn't it? Got localized. Batman The Dark Knight is now available for the PC Engine. But if you are expecting an action/adventure game similar to the one for the NES, forget it. This game has some simple mazes that you must walk through and pick up. Or in some cases, release certain items to advance to the next round. Yeah, Valius. Pin-headed barbarian. A giant beard entity. Tiger... Oh, no. Tiger Road. Oh, no. Obtain items, use them wisely. Choose weapons. Sickle and chain. Spear. Serpent cane. Full house. Pow, red medicine. One-up boy, blue medicine. Scroll. Stop sign. Crystal ball. Buddhist statue. There he is, folks. There's the Tiger Road man. And then they just jump right into giving you a walkthrough of all the stages and what you have to do in them. Yeah, One-Up Boy is pretty good. In the beginning, a balloon man is skinny, weak-looking thing, but it blows up, starts to wander around the screen, and attacks Li Wong. They're just like, here's a whole fucking walkthrough. Star Soldier, here he is, folks, the Star Soldier, with his big dorsal fin and electric baton. Bisgort. The difference between caravan mode and the normal mode. 3 basic techniques that you must remember while playing the caravan mode. Use maximum speed for quick maneuverability and more kills. However, you must also be able to control the ship accurately. You may choose to use a slower speed in certain situations, such as when you're fighting Rosario. In order to score high within the 2 minutes, you must destroy as many enemy ships as possible. Since in the caravan mode, you must destroy all the enemy ships in a group before the next group appears. You should destroy the ships as soon as they enter the screen. In some cases, it's wiser to pull out of a tough situation to protect your ship than go after the enemy ships for points. You stand to lose more points if you get hit in such cases than the amount of points you would get from destroying the enemy ships. Good tips. Good tips for how to do caravan mode. And then here's a walkthrough of caravan mode. 1 shot, 100 points. 2 shot, 200 points. 4 shot, 300 points. 8 shot, 400 points. 1 shot, 200 points. 1 shot, 100 points. 1 shot, 0 points. 1 shot, 500 points. Man, how to score. Clacks. It is the 90s and it's time for clacks. Press flip to continue. Here's some turbo tips. Bravo, man. Bravo. First play normally, then when you reach exactly 10,000 points, kill your game off. Kill your game off. Don't continue. Wait for the title screen to appear, then input the following command. Up, right, down, left, to select, to select. The continue indicator should be infinite now. If you press run button as you die, you can continue at the exact spot from where you left off. When you reach the end of a stage, you can jump past Lottery Man and continue to the next stage with all your luck symbols intact. During the title screen, press the select and 2 buttons rapidly until a special training mode appears. This takes special timing that is not too fast, but yet not too slow. Super Star Soldier. Just push a whole bunch of fucking buttons and shit. Devil's Crush. Via Delphi, Victor Ireland provided a detailed method for creating your own passwords for NEC's challenging pinball game. Here's a breakdown of the Devil's Crush password encoding. There you go. There you go. Good luck. How to cheat. How to cheat at pinball, and all it fucking does is give you a higher score, so you don't even play the game. What's the point? What's the point? What's the fucking point? Come on, Victor Ireland. You can give yourself more balls. Vague Tactical Gladiator. What the fuck? Number of continues is determined by the following equation. Score at the time when your first kill divided by 1,000,000 points to +3? What? What? If you can play it here, you can play it anywhere. Whoa! And then from the creators of Cybercore, it's Sinistron, coming January 1991. TurboGrafx 16, Tricky Kick. Ha! But Sinistron and Tricky Kick, those are real, I think. Pretty sure. They did a whole big thing about Sinistron. There's a little bit of Digimag, and then we got a Think lined up behind it. And the Think is a special one because we get to look at Pack Source. We get to look at Pack Source, everybody's favorite for everybody's favorite guide to NES game ratings and genres. Here we have the popular family game Taboo. Education brain games. We looked at these before. Light gun games. Arcade games. Adventure games. Here's some popular adventures. Astyanax, Batman, Battle of Olympus, Blaster Master, Ghostbusters, Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest with 4.5 and then 4s all the way down. We know that that's a better game, objectively, than Astyanax, Battle of Olympus, Blaster Master, Bionic Commando. It's about as good as Batman. Better than Clash of Demon Head. Way better than Deadly Towers, even though Deadly Towers is the rare 2.7. Fazanadu, exactly as good as Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. The Guardian Legend is slightly better, though. Slightly better than those two. And then everybody's favorite Metroid, the best game ever made for Nintendo. Mega Man 2 is much better, though. Mega Man 2 is much better. Super Mario 3 and Super Mario 2. Super Mario Brothers 2, notably better than Super Mario Brothers 3. Adventure of Link, slightly worse than Castlevania 2. Uncle Fester's Quest is exactly as good as Castlevania 2. Anyway, we're on to role-playing games is where we got up to. Oh, I gotta destroy a document for Paul. Hold on. Three tears off the next investment report from ancient times. Anyway, what do we have here? Role-playing games. We have role-playing games. I got to start adding these to the list because we're doing NES games for the list now. Defender of the Crown. Famous NES role-playing game. What do we got here? Nobunaga's Ambition. And there's a role-playing game I played. I never got very far. To the investment reports, there's at least like 4 more redeems on this one. But hold on, let me... Those aren't all investment reports. But I anticipate the majority of those will be... Pretty sure I wrote down Dragon Warrior already, right? Yeah, I wrote down Dragon Warrior already. Genghis Khan I didn't play. Romance of the Three Kingdoms I didn't play. Shadowgate I played. That's an excellent game. Alright, where are we? Shadowgate also, by the way, Shadowgate, slightly better. Shadowgate, slightly better than Castlevania 2. And all the games that it's better than. Alright, adventure games. Oh, wait, action games, I mean. Action games. Adventures of Bayou Billy. Adventures of Bayou Billy. I played that. Adventures of Dino Ricky. Adventures of Tom Sawyer. I played both of those. Because I rented them. Air Fortress I don't think I played. Airwolf I didn't play. Alpha Mission I didn't play. Amagon I played. Amagon. Athena. Light gun. Having a light gun. I beat Bayou Billy. It's a good game. All right, what do we got over here? Bad Dudes. I played Bad Dudes. Hated it. I absolutely hated it. Bad Dudes. How does it get a score? What high? 3.3, 2.53. I mean, it's slightly better than Athena, right? It's about as good as Amagon, right? Slightly worse than Amagon. Yeah, that's fine. It's we've got a key at the start. The 4 scores are for different values. They're for graphics and sound, play control, challenge, theme, and fun. That's the answer key to these things. So where are we here? Let's see. We were on Bad Dudes. We got Balloon Fight already. I didn't play Bad Street Brawler. I did play Bomberman. I did play Breakthrough. I didn't play Bugs Bunny. I did play Bump and Jump, and it fucking sucks. Bump and Jump. I did play Burai Fighter. I didn't play Castle of Dragon, but man, did I want to. Did I put Castlevania on this list? I did. Good. I did play Castlevania. I didn't play Chubby Cherub. I did play City Connection, and it did suck. Chubby Cherub, famously one of the worst games for the NES. One of the worst games. On average, about the same as City Connection, though. Where were we? Clue Land. I didn't play. I did play Cobra Command and Cobra Triangle. I didn't play Codename Viper. I did play Commando. I think I might have played... I played Contra. Oh, boy, Contra! We got a special Contra surprise later in the stream once we finish... Neutopia. Hey, Golden Ogre Games. So I'm doing a thing that I do from time to time. It's a point redeem. I've got a little spreadsheet in the background here. Let me show this real quick. So I've been trying to track down all of the games that I've played over my childhood at the back in the day time, the appropriate time for the system. So first we went through all of the MS-DOS games that I played, and there were a lot of them. So 291 MS-DOS games. I only remember playing 2 Atari 2600 games, Circus Atari and Towering Inferno. I'm wondering if I might remember a really bad Commando, but it's vague. It's a vague memory. Might have to revisit that. But then I've been going through now all of the NES games that I've played as a kid. And rentals were cheap in my town. Rentals were cheap. And I had an NES. So I got to play a lot of games for one day at a time. Where were we? Contra. We got, hold on a second. If I stretch this. Yeah, here we go. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I played that. I rented that. Gosh, what a game that was. I played Double Dragon, but not Double Dragon 2. I played 8 Eyes. 8 Eyes is a fantastic game. I didn't play Fist of the North Star. I did play Flying Dragon. Hell yeah! Equal games, Contra and Contra and Codename Viper, equal games. Oh yeah, Dr. Chaos is on there. We got Dr. Chaos before. Dr. Chaos is an adventure game. These are action games. Let's see. Flying Dragon I did play. Ghosts and Goblins I did play. Godzilla I played. Gradius and Guerrilla War. And Gun Dot Smoke, properly represented there. I played Hudson's Adventure Island. I didn't play Ice Climber. What we got here? We've got Ikari Warriors and Ikari Warriors 2. Warriors 2 Victory Road. I played Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Noted better than City Connection game. Oh man, here's one of the games. There's more games I played here. Many of these I played. Iron Tank. So I had a copy of Iron Tank. This was one of the games that I remember. The friend of mine who had Slalom that I played at his house, he had a bunch of games that I was interested in, and I had Iron Tank and a couple of other games, and I was like, oh, I'll trade you Iron Tank because I can never get anywhere in it. And he was like, yeah, it seems like a cool game. I want to try it out. But I finished these games, and I was like, oh, I haven't played those yet. So we traded back and forth. And I gave him Iron Tank, and I forget what I got in exchange. Jaws I played. I rented that one. I rented Karate Kid because I was way into karate and kung fu and shit. Kung Fu we already got. I played Kid Nicky. Played King's Knight. I hated King's Knight, personally. I did play Kung Fu Heroes, single rental on that one, and I couldn't get anywhere. It was too fucking obtuse. Oh man, here we go. Here we go. We're getting into some good stuff here. We got Legend of Kage. We've got Legendary Wings. We got Life Force. I played a lot of these fucking games. Mach Rider, Mag Max, Marvel's X-Men, Mickey Mouse Capade. Never occurred to me that Mighty Bomb Jack, Marvel's X-Men, notably better than Mighty Bomb Jack. I didn't play Monster Party at the time. I did play Mystery Quest, and I did play 1943, but not 42. I did play 1943, but not 42. You know, Marvel's X-Men and 1942 are about even in graphics and sound. About even. Pretty much the same thing. Here's some stuff I didn't play. Ninja Kid, Phantom Fighter, Pinball. I did play a bunch of these. I played Platoon. I played POW. I played Predator. Excellent graphics on Predator, by the way. 4.0. I didn't play Puss in Boots. I did play Raid on Bungling Bay. I played Renegade. I don't think I played any of these. Did I play I didn't play RoboCop. No. I played Russian. Oh, here's some games I played. Here's some good games. Rush. An Attack. Section Z. Saycross. Did I play 720 on the NES? I don't think I did. I did play Skate or Die, though. A lot. I played Sky Kid, like... I rented Sky Kid twice because for some reason I thought it was going to be better the second time because I was a moron as a kid. That's not a type... That's not like a bad scan. 5 different events to test your bio skate moves. I did play Spelunker. Man, Spelunker is one of those games that, like, I hated it at the time, and now I'm intrigued. Spy versus Spy. I played this with my brother a bunch. I played Spy versus Spy with my brother, and then it would inevitably devolve into physical violence. Yeah, I couldn't figure it the fuck out. Is Star Force the game where you move really slow and it sucks? Or am I thinking of fucking Astro Warrior? Is Star Force basically Astro Warrior? Super Mario Brothers we got. Super Pitfall. I already wrote that down. Super Pitfall sucks ass. The trio of oh no! Oh no! 3D World Runner. I know Astro Warrior was. I don't know about Star Force. I played some shmup on the NES that was like real bad. Real fucking bad. Because it's just nothing, and then you died and you had no power-ups, and you moved so slow you just died instantly. Thundercade. Yeah, I'm getting them confused. Thundercade I played. That one fucking sucked real bad. Top Gun. Top Gun is not that high scoring. Trojan I already wrote down. Twin Cobra I didn't play. Twin Eagles, no. I wrote down Wrecking Crew. Xanac. Oh man, look at Xanac compared to the Three Stooges. What an upset. But I did play the Three Stooges, I'm quite certain. Three Stooges. There was a 1.5 on Chubby Cherub, of all things. There we go. Yeah, what do we got here? Urban Champion is one of the lowest scoring so far. Oh, you started speedrunning Trojan, huh? That's funny you mentioned that. All right, there we go. We finished with Pack Source for now, so we'll have to keep an eye out. We'll have to figure out how we're going to go through the rest of these. But there we go. We skipped the Power Pad games. I didn't have Power Pad, so that kind of makes sense. What is the lowest rated game in this, though? We got to see. Let me see here. Nothing here. They sure like sports games. Muscle gets 2s across the board. Muscle gets 2 across the board. Nothing particularly low here except Muscle. Parlor games, family games. Nothing unusually low. Euromite. Stack Up is kind of low, but not too bad. We're also looking out for the highest scoring game. I think it's Metroid. Castle Quest is kind of low. Educational game. Educational brain game. Castle Quest. Duck Hunt doing surprisingly well. Gumshoe Shooting Range. Burger Time scoring notably low. Karate Champ holding a 2.5. Xenophobe, pretty low. But not the lowest. The lowest we've seen so far is all 2s. Right? Deadly Towers with a rare 2.7. With a rare 2.7. Ghostbusters and Hide score kind of low, but adventure games overall hold up pretty well here, I think. Milton's Secret Castle is pretty low. Super Mario 2 doing very well. Metroid 5, 4.5, 5, 5. Very, very good game there. Who Framed Roger Rabbit with the 4-3-4-4? Excellent game. Absolutely excellent. Role-playing games? Nothing scoring too badly there. Nothing scoring too badly there. And then we've got Chubby Cherub is 2.52, 1.52. City Connection is 2s across the board. So Muscle, Chubby Cherub, and City Connection are all the same average rating, right? All the same average rating. Let's see here. Kid Nicky 23222.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Golden Ogre Games, thank you for the follow. Pinball, none of this is really... None of these are getting close to the low line set by Muscle, Chubby Cherub, and Muscle, Chubby Cherub, and City Connection. Splunker's close. Splunker's close. It's half a point higher in total. And then Urban Champion is 2.5, 2.5, 1.5, 1.5. So it's the same average, but it has 2 scores that are lower. But it's the same. So there's four games tied for lowest average, like lowest total score, right? Urban Champion, Muscle, City Connection, and Chubby Cherub. Anyway, there we go. There's the thinking for now. Fourth is theme fun. Storyline, thrill, excitement, overall enjoyment. It's graphics and sound, play control, challenge, and theme fun. They do have a power meter key here at the beginning. So, there's no overall score. It's just graphics and sound, play control, challenge, theme, and fun. So, depending on how you value those, I think the four lowest scorers would pan out a little differently. Anyway, there we go. We're up to 465 games already. Fucking. And that's just for NES, just from doing the, like, early stuff. We've got... Oh, yeah, I saw it, Paul. I don't want some. I want to know how many are selected. $465 minus 294. 171 NES games that I played as a kid. Holy hell. Oh, you can click it to change it. Holy hell. 170 something NES games. And then we're not even done. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the later ones. The plungers. Loading sounds. Can possibly do that. All right. Thank you, Paul. You got more of that investment report. Back to the TurboGrafx scene. All right. We got the password. We saved the game. We got to turn the timer back on. And go up the passage to teleport to the climactic castle. Perfectly normal. Oh, he's just here. Well. If it isn't Jizita, you are famous for your bravery and courage. But I am Dearth, the devil of darkness, and your bravery will soon come to an end. You have easily defeated my many demons, because they are only living creatures. But I represent a spirit, the spirit of darkness that lives in the hearts of all men. As long as evil rests in the minds and hearts of men, I shall never die. All the good in the world can never overcome my evil. Now my darkness will cover you, too. Do I have to stab him? I have to stab him. Oops. Ha! You might have evil that lives in the hearts of all men, but I have medicine. You can't hurt him with that. You gotta hit him with the sword. This is very much an ease boss. Dark Lord with the big flame cloak. Gotcha. Got him. It's the princess. Fill up my life. Oh, my darling Jizita. At long last, you have freed me from the cold grip of dearth. All the time, I worried about the safety of our people and the state of the medallions. but your bravery has saved me, and the medallions have not been harmed. How can I ever thank you? My love will be yours forever. Take me now and never let go. Let's now return to the shrine where all the townspeople are waiting for the celebration. You are the man of honor, as you have saved our country from the clutches of evil. Hurrah for our hero, Jizita, and the power of good. You have made our world a paradise. Just fucking whoop. Should have a slide whistle when it does that. Look, they're all here. Look, there's the Spunk Monk. Thus, the long and difficult journey of our gallant hero, Jizita, has ended. The darkness of dearth has indeed been replaced by the power and force of goodness. Man's minds and hearts are filled with kindness and charity of brotherhood. And pause the timer there. The evil spirit of dearth is only a temptation to remind us of life's fragile lessons. With your victory here, in the land of Neutopia, you've shown that good does conquer evil. It is still pissed off. Thanks to the GGs. Hell yeah. Now we get to watch a little demo. This guy killing these things in 2 hits. Staff. I'm going to run to the restroom while the staff roll plays.
Jazzy to death, jazzy to death, jazzy to death, jazzy to death, jazzy to death.
Top Boss, thank you for the 100 bits. I will be right back.
Jazzy to death, 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 jazzy to death,
See? Jizita.
jazzy to death, jazzy to death, jazzy to death.
I'll be right back. Thank you for the 100 bits.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Squonk, 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 squonk.
Nico Jazz, thank you for the 100 squonk.
Squonk, 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 squonk.
I got something special that we're going to play once this is done. I got something special. Grab it here. Now, one of these I have not yet seen. One of these I'm playing sight unseen. We're gonna have some fun on the NES in just a moment. Once these credits finish. Yeah, oh, there it is. Full fire on the crab, which you can't normally have. And special thanks to Rusty for the special treat we're gonna get shortly. We're gonna be going on a real stupid adventure real soon. Real soon. Just let these credits play out. Sparkly Hyena, thank you for the follow. I think I missed that. I was in the restroom. Thank you for that follow. Yeah. The other day, I was playing Wolf Child on Sega CD, and I was remarking on how poorly it controlled. Not how poorly it controlled. Poor decisions in the design of how the character moves about. And I said, what if Contra had been like this? What if Contra had been really stupid? What would the world have been like if you couldn't move and shoot at the same time in Contra? And I was like, man, I gotta get Rusty on this. I bet Rusty could do this. Lo and behold, Rusty whipped up several versions of a very stupid edition of Contra.